Okay, so this is day one of a bathroom remodel. As you can tell, I'm in a fairly small bathroom. This is only 4 foot by 9 foot long. And so I'm going to step you through the process of how to go from start to finish in this bathroom. And if you have a good checklist of what you need to accomplish every day, you can get this done pretty efficiently. Typically a bathroom this size, I account for about 7 days. You're usually working between 6 and 7 hours, depends on, what you uncover when you remove it. And that's where day one with demo is really going to set you up and get you knowing what's going to what you need to accomplish for the next couple of days. In this particular bathroom, this home was built in the 80s, I think late 80s. And so I know that there's going to be a couple of things that I know are not going to be correct. Number one, I want to really pay attention to the copper. The builders back in the day that were building these homes were always using the cheapest, thinnest copper that there was available, and our water is pretty hard, and basically a lot of the fittings and things have created pinholes in copper. So if you see your copper looking really green around all the fittings, you're probably just going to want to replace them. So that's why I always recommend, if you're doing a full bathroom model, we're going to be putting a new shower in here. That is, with this size bathroom, this is a pretty big part of this project, and I feel that you're better off just to take everything down to the studs and put new drywall up and inspect all that plumbing and electrical. You don't want to be putting thousands of dollars over top of a bad foundation. You want to make sure all that plumbing is in good shape so you don't have to be concerned about it and have to rip any of your new stuff out to fix the problem. So let's get started in the demo, and hopefully some of these will show you what you might be getting in your own project, and we're going to step you through how to do this efficiently. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is take off this door. Okay, so you want to make sure you turn off the water. I just highly recommend that. You don't want to be relying on these old valves. Most of the time when you go to try to turn them off, they just immediately leak. So be sure you shut the main thing off before you get started here. There we go. Get the toilet out of here so that these old valves, these usually don't shut off, and honestly I can't even twist them, so that's why you want to turn off the water. There it goes, it's twisting a little bit. But a lot of times if they're really corroded like this, they end up just dripping, so always shut off the water before you even take that apart. Just a lot of water left in that hose. Okay, so we'll get this. This wax ring is one of those better than wax rings. I'm not overly impressed with them. Yeah, now look at that. That actually even cracked the flange here. So we're gonna have to replace that flange for sure. But we'll deal with that later. But that's kind of ugly, and there's some other kind of wax ring thing underneath of that. So don't be concerned with it now, but boy, look at that whole thing's cracked. So we definitely have to replace that flange, repair that. So this is one of the items now that we know that we have to address. Wow, it's kind of ugly. So this must have been an old metal flange. I never did like metal flanges, and this would be one of the reasons why. They get all rusted and they get all corroded. So we're gonna have to replace this flange after tile. So not a big deal. Once we tear out the floor, we'll get rid of that flange. We'll tile everything and put one that kind of fits over the tile and goes straight in. So for now, we'll just put a sponge in there so no debris goes in there. Okay, so we got an old two-handled faucet. I would recommend getting these handles off of here before demoing the tub. Now, these things are notorious for being pretty stuck on there. really do get on there. And this just kind of get rid of this. Okay, so next thing, we're going to remove this shower. You know, we're going to be removing all the drywall, so nothing has to be accurately cut, but we're going to still use a Sawzall just to neatly kind of cut this out. Now, when you're using a Sawzall, especially on a wall, you don't know, you have no idea how many wires might be in here, so you don't want to just dig your Sawzall all the way into the wall because you might cut a wire. The plumbing shut off, so we don't have too much concern about that, but I did need lighting in here, so the electric is still on, and there could be outlets somewhere else in the house, and that could be a chase way. So when you do this, just ever so lightly kind of go into the wall and don't let it go too far in. So there's no sense in saving this cheap trim, because I mean, we're going to re-drywall. I would just recommend getting new trim. It's not really that expensive anyways, and it'll look better. So this wall, this is a gray area that I couldn't commit to the owner that I could put a recessed niche in here, because I wasn't 100% sure what was on the other side of this wall. I mean, there's a kitchen back there, but I couldn't really decipher where the outlets would be. So this is an interior wall, so I knew I could just easily put a niche in there. But if there's an outlet on the kitchen side, I mean, I'm not going to replace that because, you know, that box for the outlet will come into the space inside of this wall, and then you wouldn't have room for that recessed niche. So this is going to be interesting to see whether we're going to be capable of doing that or not. Okay, so it's not too bad. We got a wire here that we're going to have to reconfigure, but this is what I was concerned about. See how this electrical outlet sticks back out here? If this was over here, I wouldn't be able to put that niche in this area. I have an outlet up here. That's not going to interfere with anything, but I do want to refinagle all these wires, make them fit right, so we're in good shape. Okay, so there's a couple ways these things are attached. Sometimes there's just a rubber gasket on here. This looks like a caulking type. So you could try to fight all this crap out of here. But honestly, I think the best way to go about this is just to plunge cut with your circular saw around this drain so you don't damage the piping, and then just pull the whole base out. But it really, you know, there are some that just have a little mechanism that tightens. You can unscrew it and then pull it out. But this one looks like has some kind of a caulking joint all the way around there. So maybe they had a leak at some point and they just filled that up, but it's hard to say. Just easier to plunge cut it. Take our nice big long bar, get underneath of this. Yeah, so I didn't have anything fastened on that, so that's kind of unusual, but it makes it easy to get out. All right, so we'll go ahead and get the rest of the drywall out before we mess around with the floor. So you can see, I don't know why they would do this, but they ran the piping on the outside of the wall. So you can see how that it's going to cause a problem. That's why they probably put the furring strips on there. Honestly, I don't know why they would run it out of the wall. I guess it just made it easier for them. But that's a stupid idea because, you know, they even had this wainscoting on here. You know how easy it would be to just nail right through the drywall and go right into your piping. You know, you really shouldn't have piping on the outside of the wall like this, but we'll keep uncovering this. I'm not sure exactly where this goes because there must be a sink over there or something. So we're gonna have to refinagle this to be able to get it into the wall. But running PEX is gonna be the easiest way to go about it. But I really do want that extra 3/4 of an inch in this room. I really prefer it to be the full 48 inches. Okay, so we're gonna put a temporary light so that we have lighting in here. So you could just buy one of these. They just have little pigtails on them. You stick your light bulb in there. So these are nice, always to have one of these. These are some of the items that you'll see on my checklist that you'll just want to have just so that you can, I mean, luckily we have a window in here, but if you didn't have a window, it'd be really dark in here and tough to work with. So just connect this just to get some little bit of lighting in here. I should have turned off the switch before I did that, but oh well. Okay, so we just keep that on. Okay, so we're gonna move the floor before we do the ceiling. When it comes to ceramic tile, you never know until you start busting it open how they did it. You know, there's many different methods. I would imagine this style, they could actually just put 1/4 inch lawn down and put the tile on top of that. I see that a lot. It could be cement board. Cement board is honestly the worst. I think it's just very difficult to get out, especially if they use the proper screws. But the way they did the rest of this bathroom, I'm not expecting it to be, but that is one thing. When I first looked at this job, I saw the ceramic. I always add a little bit of extra money for demoing ceramic tile. I mean, if it's linoleum, you already kind of know what you're in for. But when it comes to tile, you just don't 100% know. So if you're a contractor bidding things out, I definitely recommend charging a couple $100 more. I mean, it might only take you an hour or something like that, but you just don't want to be, you know, getting blisters and everything else to do this and do it for nothing. So make sure you charge a little bit more if you're actually demoing the actual tile. Okay, so they have linoleum underneath of the hardy backer. So let me just, yeah, let me bust out our big tile so you can see. Okay, so yeah, you can see they have linoleum. So this is linoleum under here, and they just put hardy backer right over top of it. So, and then underneath of that is a 1/4 inch material. So my recommendation is try to get all of this out to the original subfloor. You don't want to be going back over linoleum. And by the time I try to demo all this hardy backer out, you know, it's actually getting underneath the plywood layer is actually going to be the simplest if we can. So let's just go ahead and try to do that. But really try to get everything down to that original subfloor so that you have a nice surface to put new tile down. Okay, so one quick little trick. So first off, this is hardy backer on this tile, and they just went over linoleum that was on Lawan, just like 1/4 inch plywood. So both of these, you don't want to tile over. I mean, you especially don't want to tile over this, but this linoleum isn't any good either. You want to, especially the squares, these are just little stick-on squares. You don't want to be tiling over that. So take everything down to the original subfloor. But one little trick that I do is I get a 36-inch bar like this. I get underneath of that plywood layer, and I just stick my hammer under here, and it gets some leverage to be able to lift this up. So I just keep working my way through. Now this stuff usually pops off pretty easy because I didn't glue it or anything. It's just the hardy backer is just kind of floating on top of that. So that kind of makes it easier. But you know, just using your hammer as a leverage point with this really helps out. So normally it's just going to come out one little section at a time. This flange is kind of just all completely rusted away here. So, but you definitely want to get that old nasty flange out of there. It's pretty much I always dread taking out ceilings in these homes because you don't 100% sure how much crap is sitting up there. And to be honest, in Pittsburgh, well, this home was built way later than the Industrial Revolution, where everything was black soot. But there are a lot of homes in Pittsburgh that you just pull down the ceiling and it's like complete coal dust, just completely covering you. It's really bad. I'm not going to expect to see that up here, but there could be some blown in insulation. They could have done some blown in over top of some insulation. But I do really highly recommend taking out the ceiling too, because we're going to be putting an extra light in, and we got to put a vent fan in. And again, we're only talking about a sheet and a quarter of drywall for the ceiling. So you're going to be better off taking it off, getting everything nice, because it's really tough to finish drywall against an existing ceiling. You always end up seeing the edging that you taped. Not always. You can keep going over it until it's perfect, but it just takes more time. So new drywall, the edges of the drywall have a tapered edge. So when you finish the corner, it makes it nice and flat. If you try to go ahead and do a corner on this, you're bumping it down. So then you're trying to feather out something that is bumped down, which is always harder than filling in a recess. So we'll go ahead and take this out. I'm not sure what to expect, but if it's blown in insulation, it's just going to fall everywhere and we're just going to have to pick it up. So too bad at all. So they do have a newer insulation. So again, I just recommend taking all these nails out, pound them in. And as you can see there, it's 24-inch on center. And there was no vent fan in here. That might be the reason some of this discoloration. It's not necessarily mold. It just seems like just some moisture damage from, just from the moisture in the bathroom. But honestly, this is actually not too bad. I don't think we really even have to replace this insulation. We can just put the vent fan in and put some new stuff in. That's what I usually like to do on my first day, is demo everything, get the ceiling back up in. I find it that my clients are just more at ease when when you have a ceiling in. Normally they're a little dorked out once they see all of this. So, and plus it gets really hot too. I mean, the insulation helps, but once you get that drywall in there, it keeps everything, it just keeps the airflow from blowing around from up top down to here. Okay, so these ones, they seem like they're threaded on, but they're actually sweated on. So we're gonna heat these valves up and take them off because I want to get the water back on today. So I like using these little shark bite caps. These are really important to have, the day of demo, so that you can easily get this water back on. So hopefully we can heat these up and get them off. It's hard to say for 100%, but if not, we might cut it back here and add an attachment. Huh. Can't say I've ever seen one like that. So that is interesting. So this is a valve. It has a chrome sleeve on it. And you just solder this thing on there. I've never seen one like that. It's actually a cool idea because then you always have a chrome end, but that is pretty interesting. So anyways, let's just sand this back up to where you can see the copper. but basically just put a new piece of copper in here with a cap. So you just want to make sure you clean everything up well, because that was pretty dirty. Okay, so we're going to put some flux on the end here. A little bit on this fitting as well. So that should do it. So we'll get the water back on. Okay, so we're going to be putting a vent fan in. So first day, that's usually still like to do, demo everything, get the vent fan in, get the drywall ceiling up. So I actually had thought there was an existing fan here. I missed on that one. I didn't realize we didn't even have a vent or anything. So we're going to show you how to do that. That's really easy, especially being on an outside wall like this. You know, you can just, there's a couple ways you can go about it, but most likely what we're going to do is go up and just have a soffit vent right on the overhang of the house. But one of my favorite vent fans is made by Panasonic. This is the Whisper Line ceiling. Really, they're really dependable, they're quiet, and they're really simple to install. So I mean, all three of those, and they're really not a bad price. I mean, I think this, you know, I'm sure I'll date this by saying it, but probably about 120 bucks. That's really not too bad. So, but it has between an 80 and 110 CFM, cubic feet per minute, that it can take the volume out of this. In all intents and purposes, an 80 cubic foot per minute fan would work just fine in this little space. But why not have a little bit more and really get all that water out of there? I would probably, you know, our shower is going to come out 3 foot, right to where it, you know, pretty much was before. So if I go right in this stud bay, you're right above the toilet, and so you'll be able to get everything out of there. So let's just get we're gonna have to move this back. Let me get my respirator. They have another bathroom on this other side over here, and they do have a roof vent that goes through the roof. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to install this vent fan, run my duct over to that, and I'm going to order a Y. Basically allows 2 vent fans to go through the same roof vent. So let's just get a stud. So 23 and 22 and 3/4. Actually, we'll go on this side, closer to the shower. So then we just simply put this straight up to the joist. And that way, when you put the new drywall on, it completely seals to that flange. So you'll have a nice airtight seal. I usually just put, you know, I'm usually using liquid nail on my drywall, and I just run that bead around here as well. Okay, so then we got to run our wire. We're going to run this over to our switches. So we're going to run that first, and then we'll connect this vent duct to it. Okay, so you just want to pop out one of these. I always like to use these little plastic Romex connectors. They're pretty easy to just push in. So we'll just push this. Take about an inch off. So when you're connecting these, always keep these braided lines out about 1/4 inch. So that when you twist this on, they grab that wire and twist it around. So again, just take your braided line, and just make sure that you stick that out past your copper about 1/4 inch. and that'll make sure that you grab that wire. You don't want to have a loose connection here. You can see how small space there is above here. You don't want to have to be trying to address this later. So even on the ground wire, make sure that that stranded wire sticks out past the copper so that that wire knot really grabs it. Okay, then make sure you tug on all your wires, make sure they're really well connected. So we'll just take this line and fish this over to our switch location. So just because we're limited on time today with the demo, we're just going to wrap this up and we're going to deal with this tomorrow, because my objective is to get the ceiling up. So I'm not going to have time to mess around with the wiring. So just as long as I got it run, and now I can close up to my ceiling, we're in good shape. Okay, so then we'll take some flex duct. Okay, so we'll be going to use a worm drive clamp to attach this. I think that's the best way to connect these. Okay, let me just tighten this up. I'm going to tug on this, make sure that that works well. And then just to be extra cautious, you can put some of this HVAC tape on here. Probably not really absolutely necessary, but it'll at least ensure there's no leaks of air around this. So in this, like I said, we're just going to stick this up to here and we'll connect it into a Y once I order that. So I'll leave a link in the description for that Y piece that will go through the roof vent. Really going to be the simplest way. And really the roof vent, I think, is the ultimate way to go, because, you know, hot air, the moisture air, I think it's just best to get it out over that roof. You know, and roofs are made to handle the wetness. So, you know, I think it's definitely a better way to go. So we'll connect that at a later point. So sometimes when you're looking at drywall, obviously you can always get to be a perfectionist to where every seam is 100% exactly the way you want it. But if you have a choice, I think it's best to try to decipher where you would want those seams in case you had light shining on them and exposing any imperfections. So this is going to be downward light. Downward light, typically it's hard to see the ceiling. We're going to be putting another nice fixture up here. That's going to shine light straight up against that ceiling. So we're going to have one joint, and I'm going to prefer to have that joint over here than on that side of the room. That side of the room, all that light's going to shine up there. Plus we have this window shining up too. So there's a couple of reasons why I'd want to have my seam hidden in the shower. We also, actually, now thinking about it, I want to run a wire for this. I need a wire for my fan. So we'll run that quickly, run it over to the switch box. We'll just leave this wire up above here, and then when I cut the hole, I'll reach my hand up there and grab that wire. That's usually the simplest way. So 46 3/4 by 95. So I'm going to put a ledger up on the side. You know, you can do it either way, whether it's long ways, standing it up, but with this ledge here, and that the window actually kind of bumps out as well, you might not be able to swing this up this way. Most likely that's not going to happen. So it's going to be best just to put a blocker on this wall. I would recommend just leaving this down about 1.5 inches. You're not really trying to make it tight. You just want something for your drywall to sit up on and hold in place. So, one side. Okay, then we just want to make sure we have our measurements for our fan. So 24 inches, just write that down somewhere. And then going from here to the middle is 45 inches from the back wall. Okay, and then it's a good idea just to mark your studs or your ceiling joists. Makes it easier rather than trying to hunt around for them after the fact. Just make sure all the nails are out of your ceiling joist. Nothing worse than seeing it pop through. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and use some liquid nail. This is just, I like doing this for the ceilings. And this will seal that drywall to my vent, so there's no air gaps there. So these come on a magazine. Man, this really makes it so much easier. So again, if you're working for it by yourself, you know, I'd invest some of these. I mean, if you're doing one bathroom, I wouldn't recommend this, but if you're doing this all the time and you're working by yourself, I mean, this does save a bit of money. And then when you're working over your head like this, you can just immediately screw and not have to fuss around. So we'll go ahead and get this in there. So any of these that you miss, you just want to thread them back out, because if you just try to yank them out, they'll pull the paper down and make it harder to finish. Okay, so we're going to use a roto zip for this. So this is really helpful for stuff like this. So you basically just need to get in somewhere in the center of the box, run your blade over till you hit the edge of the box, and then just guide all the way around that metal box. So most of the time it's counterclockwise. That works well, but whatever makes it easy to cut around there is really all that matters. But yeah, just run it over until you touch the edge of the box. Okay, so let's find our center of our light. So we're gonna have a 36-inch shower. So just make it 18. And then we were at 47. Yeah, 47, so be 23 and a half. And so one of my favorite lights I like to use are these halo lights. They're just 4-inch recessed lights. So even if you're really close to a stud, you can still put them in there. But what's really great about them is they have a whole bunch of different flavors of colors. So this 2700K to the 5000K. So you can go from like a warm white to a really bright, you know, neon light. So it's kind of nice to be able to have that ability to change it, just because everyone, you know, is a little bit different. They like to have different styles of lighting on there. So we'll just cut a hole in here. And we'll try to grab that wire we ran. So just take out one of these knockouts. I'll put a Romex connector in there. Okay, so got the Romex in there. So what's also nice about these is they have these little push-in connectors, which make it kind of nice. So just push our wire in. So you just take about 3/4 of an inch off of that. And like I said, these are really nice and simple. You just push them into the the wire connectors. So here's the selector valve, or the selector switch to all the different size lighting. So I'm just going to keep it on around 3500 just for the camera work, but I'll probably pull this back out and make it down to the warm white. Most people like the 3000, but 2700 is also good too. And you could put a dim switch on this too, so that's kind of nice. Some LEDs you can't do that. So all it is a tab. Now I'm going to have to keep pulling this in and out because I'm going to be finishing this seam. But at least for now I got a nice light for in the shower. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get our wirings straightened out here on the second day. So like I said yesterday, you don't really want to mess around with the electric if you're really trying to get things accomplished. So what we're going to do is install a 3 switch box here. So we'll have one for the overhead light, one for the fan, and one for over the shower. So I always recommend trying to separate everything. It's just nicer. I mean, no one really wants to have the fan on with the light at the same time, I don't think. And there's plenty of room for this. So we're going to put that in. So the first thing I'm going to do is just use my little Klein tool. I'm going to make sure I shut off the breaker so that I can work on this. Okay, so we're at the breaker. Just turn this thing on. That should be it. All right, so double check everything. This is just like a little tester here. Make sure that everything's dead. You can touch each wire and make sure that's all dead before you start working on it. Okay, so when you do something like this, you want to be sure to kind of pay attention to the configuration in there. There's no sense in trying to recreate what was done here. So pay attention to what was done. But the one thing I'm going to do is end up moving this outlet onto this wall. I don't really like the outlets with the switches. I just think it's kind of sloppy. Plus, we want to do 3 switches on this and not have an outlet with it. And I didn't want to do a 4-gang box because I think that's just too many wires in one box. So we're going to make sure that we move this over to here. So we want to pay attention to the power supply that comes to this. Okay, so on the back of this, you'll see load. So you have line and load. So this is going to be your hot supply right here. This will be the one that you want to pay attention to, and then just make sure you reconnect what this is. So this looks like there's something else connected for power supply somewhere in the house. So just be sure when you move this outlet that this also gets attached to the GFI that we put on the other side of the wall. And then on this part, you could tell that all of these are wire knotted together. So these are all power supplies to something else. Most likely the light fixture. Probably one of these are the light fixture for the overhead light. And then who knows where the other ones go. Something else connects to something else in the house. So pay attention to your black wires here. Reconnect these in the same configuration when you put it back into the box. Like I said, there's really no reason to recreate the entire system and try to figure out where you could spend a lot of time trying to figure out where all this stuff goes to, and it's just easier just to remember what you did here. So even if you do this, it might not be a bad idea to just take a video of the wiring so that you don't get confused, because you can spend a lot of time messing around with this and you don't want to have to call in an electrician after you pulled all this apart. So pay attention, take a video, and that'll help you out a lot. I'm just going to actually get some colored tape here. So I want to make sure that this gets attached to my GFI. So I'm going to have the GFI wires marked red so that I don't get confused about what is what. And same here. So this is going to be my power supply for the GFI. And I know that now because I'm going to remember that the black is going to go in brass, white on bright, and then this one has a red wire to it. So that's a different thing that's going to. So when it comes to these ground wires, you pretty much have to just cut them to get them separated. Okay, so this is going to my GFI, and this is going to my GFI. So we'll just tuck this over here so that we know that that's where that needs to go. Now the rest of this is just going to be into my 3 switch box. And basically all I'm going to do, since I have 2 new wires, these are one to my light, one to my fan. So I'm just going to keep, basically, when I take this switch apart, so I know that this is my overhead light for my vanity. So we'll mark that as well. So I'll just put a little bit of black tape on this one to indicate my light fixture. Because I'm going to have to separate all these together. So now I know that this goes to my light fixture with the tape, and then all these black wires just get connected together, and then all the neutral wires get connected together. So simple, and now I'm not going to get confused if I take it all apart. Okay, so I'm going to just keep this box basically the same height because I don't want to have to put any extensions on it. But typically you go about 52 inches off the floor. You want to be, yeah, between 50 and 52 inches off the floor is normally where your light fixture is. But I would really pay attention to what's in your home. You don't want to have different heights in different rooms. So whatever your height of your switch is in the rest of your house, I would just recommend doing that. I mean, unless you have a really difficult inspector, that's just going to be difficult for you. But most of them don't really care. Just they kind of just, you know, if it matches the rest of the home, that's all that really matters. Okay. So we'll fish these all back in here. Okay, so this I know is my light for the shower. We'll stick this in here. And I have my longer wire here for my fan. So we can run that into the same hole here. We'll staple that up here in a minute. Definitely want to take your linesmans and connect these all together. And then I like using these wire nuts. Okay, so then these are going to be my switches. So all these other blacks besides this switch get connected. And then we need to add some pigtails for power supply to all of my switches. So we're going to have to get some black wire from a piece of extra piece here. So we're going to make 3 pigtails for the switches. So you want to, each switch you want to have its own power or its own wire going to it. So we'll just cut about a 6-inch piece and get basically three more wires for each individual switch. I'll connect that to this, where use your linesmans to twist them all. Just cut off some of those things so they're all even. And then take your wire nut. There. So now we got 3 pigtails for each one of the switches. And then as far as the grounds go, so we're going to leave all these hanging out here, and I'm going to add a ground wire for the one existing wire because it's a short ground wire that I have there. So we'll add one more length for the ground. Okay, so you got your grounds in there. And I usually just take this with my linesman and push that back into the back of the box. So now you have the 2 ground wires for each one of these switches, and this one is for the switch for the overhead. Okay, so now at this point, I'm actually just going to, I have a temporary light for this, and then for my my regular light, I'm gonna just wire nut together because I don't want to put the switches on right now until I put drywall around this, and then I'll put the switches in. So for temporary lighting, I'm just gonna connect my power supply to my light above the vanity. And then this one for my overhead of my shower, so I have light over there too. This is just going to be temporary until I get the drywall in, and then I'll end up putting the switches on. So you want to cap these 2 hot lines because those are our pigtails for the other switches. And then this is my fan, so I'm not worried about that. So I'll just tuck this all in here temporarily because what I want to do is use a roto zip around my drywall. So make sure when you put this in here, you really try to tuck this back. Just keep that all back in the back of the box. And now I can roto zip. So now let's try to get this the GFI location moved. So we really kind of want to have this, we'll put another stud on this wall so that we have a little bit more variance, but I don't know if this wire, yeah, I guess it will be. I'll just have to notch out my studs here. So add another stud onto that. Okay, so we'll get another stud on here to move that away from the wall. I don't really like having my outlets 1 stud away. You want to make them a little bit further apart. So since we have this furring strip here, we're just going to hold this 2x4 out. Typically, you have your outlets at 42 inches. But as you can see, I have a, let me see. So as you can see, I have a plumbing pipe right at 42 inches. So I'm not going to get a box where I normally like it. It's going to be a little bit higher. So not a big deal, but just something that, just know that most of them are that. But so what I like to use are these boxes that have these adjustable plates on them. So what this allows you to do is to be able to adjust the box. So it kind of makes it really nice, makes it foolproof. So when you install this, then you can definitely adjust this out to the depth that you need. Since this has like a little anchoring system on it that wraps around the stud, but since I have my studs right there, I'm just going to cut off these tabs. Okay, then before I get this in, just because of how tight this space is, I'm going to run these wires up here first to connect it and then fasten it into place. So this one's easy to refinangle. This one, on the other hand, is going to require a little bit of cutting here. gonna have to cut this corner out. It's just the easiest way to do this. Okay, so you notch that, and I can tuck my wire in there now, and then get this up through here. You want to use these nail plates to install over this cutout. Put that into place. So then this guy is a little long now, which is a good problem to have here because most of the time things are too short. So this is nice to have this a little too big. And just remember, you know, again, that's why you made the video, but this is going to be attached to my load side. This is my hot side. So for right now, I'm not going to put the outlet in because I want to, again, put drywall up and rotozip, but I'm just going to cap these black and red wires because I want to get the electricity back on. We'll just tuck these in here and connect them after the drywall is in. But these boxes are nice because now, you know, if I have my drywall up, I can adjust this out. So these are really great if you're going to do like a tiled backsplash or something like that, because then once you do the tile, you can bring it straight out to the surface. So definitely awesome boxes. I recommend you getting those. It just makes life easier. Okay, then the other thing is we'll just staple these wires. You staple, don't be pinching them to where they're really tight. This is really just to keep these wires in place. They're not meant to, like, I mean, you want to have a little bit of movement in there, because if you pinch them too tightly, you can end up, you know, causing this be an area where there's a weakness in the wire. So when you're stapling things, just really literally just attack them up and hold them into place. So now we're ready to move on to drywall. We're gonna be able to get some light in here. And, yeah, so it's just as simple as that. Okay, so this is our back wall of our shower. And so we were fortunate enough not to have these outlets within where we want the niche. But this is basically, this wire is gonna interfere with where we want our niche. So we need to move this just slightly up a little bit. So what we'll have to do is move or take these staples out. That'll give me a little bit of extra wiggle room. And then what I'm gonna have to do is take this outlet apart, pull this wire out, and redirect it above where my niche is gonna be. Now when you move wires and stuff like this, you really, you can't just bury a junction box. So if this wire is not long enough, that is a little bit of a problem. One thought I had is that if this isn't long enough, we'll have to see whether this is gonna move out of the area that we want to. But what you could do is take this and put it into this outlet, which is for, I believe this is for the microwave or exhaust fan. But you could put it in here and junction it to come over to here. Just as long as you have access to wherever you splice it. You don't want to be burying anything in the wall. Okay, so we'll just make sure that this is powered off. So this is the outlet.
So I did just want to mention that this is one of the things about bathroom remodeling where it's really hard to account for all the labor hours, especially when it comes to electrical in these older homes. It definitely can take a lot of extra time, and it's really difficult to, back charge the customer for situations like this. So if you can at least put in your quote that there's going to be additional expense to rerouting wires for something like this, then that's the best way to go about it. But other than that, for me, I personally just always charge enough that if it takes me an extra hour or two to do something on electrical, I have the amount to do it, and I'm not actually having to ask the client for additional money.
Okay, so pull this wire out. Okay, so I'm not 100% sure where I want my niche, but it's probably going to be 45 to 48 inches. Yeah, probably 46 inches off the bottom of my thing here. So let me see. So really, I need that wire to either be below here or above here. So let's see if that's even going to be possible to do this, because there's really not, there's no extra room here, and I'm afraid if I go up here that there's not going to be enough wire to get into that box. So I think I am going to have to junction this in my microwave cabinet. Plus this is ridiculously long, so I could pull that out. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to end up having to splice this in the junction box. So what I'll have to do, since there's not enough room to finagle this over, luckily I have a box and a cabinet above the microwave, so I can just junction this here and run a new wire down to that. So this was our wire for the microwave. It was also going up in the area where we want our niche, so I'm gonna have to refinagle that as well. Okay, so now we got everything moved out of the way here, so that's good. We'll just staple these wires. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of this floor vent. I absolutely hate floor vents in bathrooms. What I want to do is essentially do a wall-mounted vent in here. So first thing is anytime that you go and cut into a subfloor, you want to try to go where the joists are, because you don't want to have to do additional supporting of that plywood. It's really important that you don't just allow a plywood end not to have support underneath of it. So my suggestion is just to try to find the seam of the plywood and measure over. Typically you're going to have 16 inches on center. You know, most homes are going to have 16 inches on center, unless you're a newer home where they're basically engineered to be further spans. So this is an older home. It's going to be 16 inches on center. So I'm going to just find the edge of where my seam is. I'm going to measure over 16 and then 32. So these two areas should be where my joists are at. So I'm going to put a square on my wall and just make a mark. And this is my cut marks that I'm going to be cutting out this subfloor. Now, I mean, there's a chance that that's not where the joist is, but I'm pretty sure that that's where they're going to be. And if not, we'll have to do some additional work. So just take your circular saw. I would adjust the depth. You don't want to be going the full depth down into your joist bay, just to be cautious of any wires or anything that's sticking up. Okay, so then to get my ductwork in this wall, I'm going to go ahead and cut out the stud. good. Okay, so we got this opened up. So we had 5-inch duct, and you know, honestly, I had no idea what was underneath of here. So I mean, I ended up buying a 6-inch and a 5-inch elbow. So it is 5-inch, but you know, you'll find that it's difficult to find all the right components unless you go to an actual HVAC distributor. And so a lot of the big box stores are pretty limited with what they have. So I just got a 5-inch elbow, and everything that goes to this oval ends up being a 6-inch. This is basically a 6-inch oval and a 6-inch round. So they always basically have the 6-inch round that converts to the oval. And the oval is nice for wall applications. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to put a 6-inch circle inside a 2x4 wall. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to modify this. You know, if you're an HVAC guy, you're probably going to call me something, but really, for all intents and purposes, this is going to totally function. It's just going to be a little bit modified in order to install this. But there are correct components on all of this. You can get a reducer. It's just how much time you want to put into it and making it look good. This is all going to be underneath the floor. As long as it's sealed and it works functionally, I think the customer is going to be happy, and I'm certainly going to be happy. So what we're going to do is just have this come into the wall. Now we're going to make sure that you stay in line with the wall. So we got to just notch a little bit of my rim joist here in order for that to sit correctly. So I'm just going to cut out a little section here. Yeah, so that'll work much better. So what I was going to plan on doing is basically having this attached like that. So now this is going from 5-inch to 6-inch. So I'm going to do a little bit of modification. So I'm just going to mark this, and this is where I'm going to have this sit onto this ductwork. Okay, so then we're just going to cut this so it can shrink down. So it's kind of like a self-made reducer. Okay, so we'll get some foil tape. This is going to make sure that everything stays sealed. So that's my kind of homemade reducer. So then we'll just put this into place. Yeah, so these are just self-tapping screws. So they're only 1/2 inch deep. These have little flaps on them. Now the location of this really doesn't matter all that much. I would just definitely advise getting it above your base trim because you don't want to be cutting your base trim up against this. So this is, where's this sitting? I mean, this is approximately 10 inches above the floor, so that's fine. And then this is a nicer receiver too, so 6x10. I think that's by, yeah, 6x10 is what the cover would end up being. that's nice all sealed. So now it's up in the wall. It should look good. Okay, so before we go recessing the floor for a curbless shower, or even doing any drywall for that matter, you never want to take it for granted that what you had existing there is going to work. And I don't mean by like the plumbing actually functioning, but I mean the layout of everything, because it's kind of amazing. Even newer built homes, they don't always meet the code correctly. Inspectors don't actually inspect sometimes. And, you know, people might miss things and you just might not notice it. So as you remember, the shower had a curtain rod on it. So there would be things about that you would not notice. If you had a shower door, you would feel more cramped in this space. And what I mean by that is, so the existing shower used to be 36 inches. And that's what I want to make my new shower. I wanted to keep it the same width. That's a decent sized depth. But the problem is where they had the actual toilet. It was 12 inches from the center of my toilet. With the shower curtain, probably wasn't that big of a deal. You never noticed the elbow room being a problem. But code, the plumbing code, International Plumbing Code, requires it to be 15 inches from the center of your toilet to any fixture. So a shower door or a shower would be considered a fixture. A vanity is considered a fixture. So the minimum distance from the center would be 15 inches to that shower door, and then 15 inches, well, actually technically it would be 15 inches to that curb. So you're actually even less. But anyways, you're 15 inches from, since this is going to be curbless, is basically where our shower door is, and then 15 inches to the edge of that vanity. So in order for this to work now, we can do two different things. One, shrink the size of the shower, which no one really wants to do, and make that a 33-inch shower. Probably not the end of the world, pretty much probably the same the way it felt with that curb, but we want a 36-inch shower. We want that bigger shower. So what I'm going to do is move this plumbing over into this joist bay. Luckily in this scenario, this is above a garage, so the plumbing is exposed, and we'll be able to put a new elbow and bring that under. So it's not going to be an overly difficult thing to move this toilet. But what this does do is require all of this. So my plumbing for my water supply needs to be moved over. And then my vanity plumbing and everything is going to be moved over as well. So if you remember, I was going to be putting a 36-inch vanity with an offset sink. So the sink is honestly going to be all the way over to the edge of the room here. So we're gonna have to move all of this over. So we'll get to that and move on to moving this plumbing. Okay, so I'm gonna cut out my plumbing first. Okay, so we're gonna have 1/2-inch drywall, and our center of our sink on this offset is going to be 12.5. So we're going to make this 13 inches to the center. And then I typically like to bring my ports coming out 21 inches. So this is going to have to be raised up to 21 inches. We'll just make this like basically it's 1/4 inch per foot. So we're only going over like 2 feet. So we need to drop a 1/2 inch. So we'll just make this like 20 and 3/4 right about here. Yeah, 20 and 3/4. As long as roughly about the same. When I cut this hole, I'm just gonna make sure whatever, you know, my slope continues over. So it'll be about 21 inches by the time I'm done. But let's cut this hole first so that we know exactly where we need to drop this down. So, and I always just get a pipe that's a little bit bigger. So this is like a 2-inch hole saw. So since this is ABS cement or ABS piping, you want to use ABS cement. So this is the Wedi cement. So we're going to put our cup link on here first, because it'll help us measure this better. But actually ABS cement is actually a lot easier in some ways than the PVC glue, because you just have to get on each fitting here, and that's all there is to it. There's no priming needed, which is kind of nice. So just get that on there. Now a chop saw would be the best way to go by cutting this, but if you're in a confined space and you don't have all that set up, you can just use a circular saw. You really want to, so there's two different types of 90s. This is a regular 90, and this is a long sweep 90. I would recommend this when you're going horizontal like this, just because it will be easier to snake and things are going to be less likely to clog, whereas this way, either one of these can work for this scenario. It's just I would prefer to have the long sweep 90. Just makes it a little bit better. So let's just see exactly. Yeah, we got to cut this down a little bit. Okay, so this needs to be a 1/4 inch per foot. Just need to be sloped, obviously. Just double check. Yep, that should work. You could always, you know, you got room in this hole, so we can shim that up if we need to, just to give yourself extra room there. And then let's just take a look at our port here. Yep, so we're 21 inches, so that works out well there. Let's go ahead and glue all this here together. Twisting motion's best, but then you want to level this out so that it's nice and plumb and all the fittings get well together. So just hold that for a second on a plumb level. That should work there. And then what I'll do is we'll put the port for the adapter for the sink later on afterwards. So yeah, we got 13 1/8, good enough for me. But yeah, we'll put an adapter in after we cut the drywall out. So now let's go ahead and get this new. Okay, so when you're doing a pipe like this, so there's like no movement on this vent at all because it's hard piped, as you can see. So when you're trying to connect a hard fitting to a hard fitting, it's really, really difficult. This is a vent stack, obviously this is what this is for. But they have regular couplings, and then they have couplings that allow for a repair. So a repair coupling would not have this little tab inside of here. I do not have one on hand. So basically, if you don't have this tab, this would allow you to slide it up, get that pipe in place, and then slide it back down and have everything glued at once. That's the ideal way to go. Unfortunately, I did not have any extra ones of those, so the next alternative is just to use a simple Fernco. Basically, I'm going to be sticking this on here, having this slide up top here, put that pipe in and slide it down. So two different ways to do it. One, you know, the glue-in is obviously the best way to go, but for all intents and purposes, this is going to function just as well. And just slide it all the way up, and then we'll get our measurement. So in all intents and purposes, that works. And one other thing, this vent is obviously just a couple feet away from where my vent is, but you can pretty much extend this out up to 6 feet before having to vent it. So if you're removing this, you know, pretty far away from here, you're fine just as long as you're within 6 feet. If not, you're gonna have to reattach somewhere else for that vent. All right, so now we'll go ahead and move our piping. So what I'm gonna do here, since they all basically have this exposed on the outside, I don't particularly like this scenario, but I'm not going to redesign the entire house, and all this copper looks in good shape to me, so I don't see any reason to replace it and move everything. But what I'm going to do is just going to take off these elbows and then just elbow over for it, but just remember, hot's on the left, cold's on the right here. And you want to use some abrasive mesh tape. Clean this up. Get it back to the copper look. Okay, so use one of these little tools to sand your fittings. You always want to sand every fitting that you put on here. And then we're going to just use some flux for the fittings. This helps make the solder siphon into the joint. So you just use a brush and basically paint each section here. Okay, and then so 17.5 will go 20.5. If you're running copper, always buy the type L copper. It's thicker, it's going to last a bit longer. You really don't want to use that thinner stuff. I don't even know why they sell it, to tell you the truth. You know, this is obviously a little bit more expensive. You get the thicker copper, but at least it'll always last and you'll never have an issue. There's a lot of pinhole leaks happening with that thinner stuff. So it all depends on how your water company's cleaning its water, what kind of chemicals are going in to clean it. Sometimes that erodes that copper. We'll put a cap on this, but I'm going to solder all the other joints first before I put this cap on, because just in case there needs to be some steam that needs to come out of here. But I'm also going to put a block in here so I have some support. So 14.5. Okay, so we'll just hold that straight. That should work. Okay, so you don't want to heat up your plumbing, so this is a little flame rag. It'll prevent you from heating up that. And then what I'd have ready is just a little rag with water. Always want water somewhere, just in case you need to put a fire out. So I always just have a rag on hand. And then we want to use lead-free solder. So you don't want to be drinking lead. So you want to make sure that's lead-free. And basically you're just heating the fitting, and then that'll allow this to siphon in. So every once in a while just test it, see if it's going to melt. And then once it's hot enough, you can stop the torch and just go all the way around the fitting. You can add a little bit more heat on it if you're thinking it's not siphoning well enough. And then clean these joints. Just look kind of, make it look professional. Okay. Don't need a whole lot of solder when you're doing this. So just make sure that this stays how you want it. And again, always heat the fitting, because you want the heat. The heat will make this siphon into that fitting. Okay. and then we'll go ahead and put our cap on it. Now, because sometimes steam needs to come out of there. If you don't do that, then it just kind of builds up pressure and it can blow off that cap. So I always do that last. Okay, so that's one. So that's the left side. Okay, so this is a street 90. This basically allows us to go straight into the fitting, and I need that for this particular situation. So it is nice to have a bunch of different components in your toolbox to adapt and change direction easily, especially when it comes to copper. I mean, this is only $1, but boy, it saves, it saves a little bit of time not having to cut another piece of copper. I can just basically stick this right in here and start bringing it over. So okay, so I made a mistake here. I forgot a joint and it was leaking as soon as I turned on the water. So when that happens, you can't just go ahead and heat that and make that happen. You got to take it apart. That's the only problem with copper, is that it just takes a little bit more time if you mess it up. So let's take this fitting out. And then I'll just have to re-sand the parts and put some new flux on it, because all that flux is probably gone now that the water pressure was on there. And this would be the same kind of scenario as that if you missed some solder on a joint and you had to redo it, you're going to have to pull the whole thing apart and reflux it, resand it. The way I did this, I could have done something a little bit better. What I could have done is actually brought this over here and up so that these would have been even. But this is not a pedestal sink. This is going to be an open cabinet. So, this being a 1/2 inch off from even with another, it's not a real big deal. But always, hindsight's always 20/20. You can always do things better. But if I were to do it again, I would probably bring this down and bring it up. That would have been the better way to go. But all intents and purposes, now we got our plumbing centered for our sink, and we can move on to the shower. Okay, so we're going to cut out the rest of this subfloor so we can see what we're dealing with in order to move this toilet flange. So just make sure when you always cut out plywood, you want to have it go on the joist, because you don't want to have to do additional framing. Yeah, so we're going to end up moving this. You want to have a little bit of room, because that 3-inch pipe, I don't want to be notching any joists or anything. So very minimum 3.5 from that joist. So about 10.5 inches, we're going to move that toilet over to here. So this usually is about 6 to 8 inches from the back of the center, from the edge of the toilet. So if we made, so let's just find the center of our toilet again. So center is right about here. And then we're going to run this 10.5. So that'll be our new center is that. So let's just go move it over 6 inches. So we're going to want to have this, we're going to want to make a T here for our cold water supply. 6 to 8 inches from the center is good enough. You just don't want it, the supply line to be, or the supply shutoff to be behind the toilet. You want it to be always to the left side of it. Okay, then for your supply shutoff, they had that drop down. There's really no reason to. I'd say 6 to 8 inches is normal for that as well, for your location of the height off the floor. Biggest thing about this, I just always hate seeing supply lines that are just like right where the baseboard is, and then you have to basically cut out, or, you know, like the escutcheon plate that goes around it goes over the baseboard. So really 8 inches is pretty good, because most of your trim is going to be 3.5. We're going to have probably, by the time I'm done with my tile, like an inch, well, 3/4 of an inch anyways. So 4 3/4 is probably where my baseboard is. But if I wanted to have a bigger baseboard, you know, you're going to want to make it, yeah, 8 inches really, because if you went with a 5.5 inch trim, that escutcheon plate basically has 1 inch all the way around that pipe. So 8 inches is a pretty good length. And then we'll get a piece of copper here, 11 3/8. Actually, I need to get this fitting to go. Just pound this cup link all the way on here, and then you'll have to muscle this over. And get another pair. Okay, there we go. So it's there. They do make couplings that are made for repairs like this, but you can just, you know, basically pound past that little notch that keeps that at the halfway mark. But, you know, really, as long as you get a good 3/4 of an inch on either side of the pipe, you'll be in good shape. So just make sure it stays level. Get a little stub out. Make sure that this sits level. But I'm going to keep this out just because in case there's some water and steam needs to come out of here. See all that steam coming out of there? That's why I have that open. If you don't allow that steam to come out of there, then it'll end up just blowing out the joint, or it'll just kind of force that steam out of these joints and ruin that joint. So that's why you want to leave a cavity open, and then most likely it's not a problem at this point, just soldering this one section off. But I knew that there was some water in this line, so it's always kind of a problem. So when you do your plumbing stack for your toilet, usually between 12 and mean, really, to be safe is to make it from your rough-in framing about 13 inches. So for your drywall and everything. But since this is such a tight bathroom, I want to make sure that this toilet is all the way up against that drywall. So I'm just going to measure 12 inches off of the rough-in framing. So I'll still have a 1/2 inch of drywall. But with the American Standard toilets that I'm going to be installing, 11.5 works pretty nicely. It'll probably leave about a 3/8 inch gap between the back of the toilet tank. The closest that I've ever come to installing these is about 11 inches. So 11 inches, that makes that tank completely tight to the floor. So, you know, but like I said, if you have a bigger bathroom, I would just go 13 inches off the rough-in framing for a 12-inch rough-in, because then you have your 1/2 inch drywall, and then say if you had to shim something out, say whatever, you just have a little bit of wiggle room. But since this bathroom is so tight, I want to get it every little inch out of it. So we're going to make this 12 inches off the rough-in, and I'm just going to see where this is down in the basement. So I'm going to just put a hole here and see what I have to do to refinagle this plumbing. How the hell? Well, that's certainly. I wasn't expecting it to be there. I really wasn't expecting it to be over there. So they must have another elbow that goes up, I guess. Or no, that looks like the toilet flange. Two by 8. I can't cut into the 2x8. I mean, for the 2x10 maybe, because it'd be 1/3. Yeah, 3-inch hole would be 1/3 about, yeah, 1/3 of the thiel. 1/3 of 2x8 is 2 inches. So, are you on? Okay. All right. So this is a little bit different than I thought it was going to be. But these are, you always have to kind of pay attention to your joists. So I was just thinking I could probably turn this over and get it through this 2x8. But that's what this is. This is a 2x8. And you can only, the maximum hole that I'd be able to go in a 2x8 is a 2-inch hole. Essentially just use a street fitting and a 45. And then that'll bring us over to the edge. And then this is I'm not sure if we're going to be using this specific toilet flange, but we might just have a stubbed up 3-inch coming out of the floor, and then we'll get a fitting that will go into the 3-inch. Okay, so we're going to glue this fitting in first, because it's really tough to dry fit anything without having the fittings completely glued in, especially on this type of scenario. So just make sure you put a liberal amount on either portion of this, and then just pay attention to the half mark. So just make sure that these line up so that this sits correctly. So if we leave this 12 inches from the center, so we really need to cut this pipe right about here. Cut that flange off. Cut all these crumblies off of here. I want to just get some glue on both ends here. just take a look at this again. It's a 36, and so now we'll be 16. So good shape there. And then once I'm done with tile, I could use this fitting and just glue it straight into it over top of the tile. Okay, so we moved this thinking that we were going to be able to move this to here. So now we want to move it back. So from the center of this, we'll just go, we'll just go 7 inches. Let's just do 7 inches. Usually between 6 and 8 inches from the center is where you want to put this shut-off port. And then, like I said, 8 inches off the floor is fine too. So rather than redoing this whole section, I'm just going to cut this back here, and then we're going to just cup link it. We'll just go ahead and solder this first, because there probably is a little bit of water in the line since I pressurized everything to test it the last time. So then, since there's no movement, I'm gonna have to just pound this into where it can fit, and then you kind of have to muscle it over. So they do make repair cup links for this, but I don't have one, but you can make one by forcing it to happen. Keep twisting this until you get it onto the copper here. Okay, so we're going to do our recessed medicine cabinet, and so it's 36 inches for the vanity, so we got 36 and a half, because we're going to have 1/2 inch drywall. So from that point, 18 is our center. Now we're having a sink that's offset, so our plumbing is on the left side of the cabinet with the sink, but in my mind, now there's, it's all personal preference, but we're going to basically have a 30-inch wide mirror, okay? And typically you always see mirrors completely centered over top of the sink, but since this cabinet is made with an offset sink, we're still going to stay center line with the cabinet itself, and the sink will be what it is. Now this was our existing recessed medicine cabinet. The height of this is so the height of the vanity and overall height off the actual floor, just make it 36 inches. I would recommend leaving about 10 inches to 12 inches above the vanity, so our height would be 51 inches off the floor. Let's just make that our base. I think that works pretty well. Then we got 15 inches from the top, so if we went 7 inches, that fixture would be halfway in between there. I think that looks good. We're going to stick with that. Now, this is something I had no idea until I opened up this wall, but there's a recessed medicine cabinet on the other side of the bathroom. They're more concerned about this bathroom, so we're going to get rid of that, and then we're going to make this rough-in opening. This is quite a mess when it comes to all this framing, but we're going to cut it all out and redo it. So this is why I didn't realize it. It just had a plain door on it. Didn't even really pay attention to what exactly this was. So as you can see, it's a recessed medicine cabinet. So we're going to take this out of here, and this is just going to have to be patched. Okay, so for right now, so I don't get anything in here, I'm just gonna tape this up. We'll put drywall on it afterwards. Okay, so we got this wire for the GFI. This is another problem with this recessed medicine cabinet. And in all intents and purposes, it could fit behind that medicine cabinet, but what you're gonna end up doing is tucking this wire directly up against that drywall, which for the other bathrooms is just a really bad idea, because I could see somebody putting a towel bar holder or something from the other side, and they're never gonna know that there would be a wire tucked up right against that drywall like that. So we're gonna have to reroute it. I'm gonna take it apart, pull it up. Hopefully I have enough. Probably not gonna have enough lead. I'm gonna have to put a junction box up in the attic. As long as it's accessible, that's all that matters when it comes to splicing a wire and attaching a new piece to this. So let's go ahead and take the GFI out, and then we'll cut out all this framing. Okay, so we'll take this out for now. We'll just frame this up first, and then we'll reroute the wire. There's no sense in trying to reroute that and then trying to guess where your framing is going to be.
So I tell you what, small bathrooms are always something that take a lot more work than you anticipate. And when you just go ahead and say that you're going to go ahead and put a recessed medicine cabinet in because that's what the client wanted, you have to be careful with those words, because it could take a lot of extra time. I mean, this additional framing was all stuff that I was not expecting. I was not expecting having wires in the way of where my recessed niche was. So there's a lot of things that I should have probably paid attention to prior to committing to doing a recessed mirror. But you know, sometimes you just get into this stuff, you learn the lessons the hard way, and then from then on, you pay a little bit more attention to maybe what the structure is there. But this isn't the first time this has happened to me. Recessed niches have always kind of bit me on the labor end. So make sure that you're charging enough to add a couple more hours of work with something like this, especially in an older home. You know, this stuff isn't really clear on what it's going to take to do. And then on top of this, just be aware that this is an interior wall that has no load bearing on it. So I'm able to just kind of frame it in the way that I want to. But you also have to be careful that you don't have a load bearing wall you're doing this in, because you're going to have to do a lot of additional structure as well. So make sure those joists aren't sitting on top of this wall for support before doing something like this.
It'll work just fine. So you got a little bit of wiggle room. So if we cut that drywall right to the edge of that, we'll be in good shape. Okay, so I'm going to route this wire. We'll have the junction because there's not going to be any room. So I'm going to have to go up through here. And we'll actually just come back down through this hole for my overhead lighting. One other thing I'd like to do for my overhead lighting, so we're going to be coming down as we planned 7 inches. So I'm going to put a 2x6 flat against the back here. And what that'll do is allow me to just, I'm going to leave the wire loose in here and then just stick it out of the drywall, and then I can put a box and mount it into that 2x4, so, or 2x6. But it's nice to have blocking behind your mounting box.
And then I'm going to run a 12-2 wire up into the attic. We're actually going to be making all of those connections later on in the attic. Once I go to basically connect my vent fan, we'll do all the work up in the attic. You know, doing these bathrooms is all about being efficient with your time and moving on with the project. So trying to eliminate getting too caught up into one task is usually best, because, you know, everything's about timing with the drywall, with the tiling and all of that. So we're going to have this set up so that we can install it a little bit later on. All right, so this is another miscalculation of mine when I looked at this bathroom. I honestly, at this point, have no idea what I was paying attention to when it came to My original idea was to put a pocket door in this space and put it into that bedroom wall there. But I really neglected to analyze what was in that wall. So I had my switches and I had a vanity in the other bathroom and piping and wiring. And so it was just going to be an extremely complicated process to put a pocket door in here. And the main reason I wanted to do the pocket door was to provide enough room for the actual vanity within this space. So you'll see this a little bit later on the video of the vanity installation, and you'll understand why I'm doing this. But basically, the vanity is pretty large for this small bathroom, and it wasn't going to fit within the doorway properly. So what I'm doing is basically framing in the doorway, and we're going to be putting a barn door in afterwards. But I wanted to get this all done now so that when I'm doing all my drywall work, I can do that all at the same time and get everything done, effectively done at the same time.
Okay, so one way to get this drain out is to use an inside pipe cutter. So this is just something that goes inside the pipe and cuts it, but this will allow you to remove it and not damage that plumbing underneath. So you just simply, have to really make sure it's on your bit, because these things are notorious for falling in here. And you can just cut it right out, so it's kind of nice. Okay, so I was going to patch all this in, but then once I move the toilet, it starts to get ridiculous. Patching all this, it's just going to be ugly. And I'm taking out 36 inches here to recess this subfloor. So I'm just going to remove all of the plywood. Plus, one thing you want to kind of note is the thickness of your existing plywood. So this is actually 5/8 inch plywood. And it's okay for tile, but it's not good for a lot of the shower systems. So Schluter, Wedi, a lot of these pan systems, they require 3/4 inch plywood over 16 inch on center joist. We'll just cut all the way along here. My only advice would be to probably get about like a 9-inch blade for your Sawzall. And then you don't want to be just digging all the way down into the joist bay. You want to kind of keep it so you're just cutting it, because there's vent stacks. All the plumbing is mostly up here, but you just don't know if there's any wires or anything kind of tucked somewhere that you don't know. So try to keep your Sawzall away from going deep down into the joist bay. So you can see all these wires, they're kind of just hanging out around here. So that's why you don't want to have that Sawzall going too deep down in there, especially some of these big wires. You get hurt pretty bad if you cut that. So be careful. And then the other thing I don't like is how dang close this pipe is to the top of this joist here. So it looks like we're still going to be okay, but to do this, a recessed pan, it needs to be 3/4 inch below this. So we might just meet it there. We might have to do a little bit of notching around the plumbing here, but I might notch this out a little bit further, because this looks like it's more than 1/4 inch per foot here. I might be able to get a little bit more out of it. Okay, so when it comes to recessing a pan for a curbless shower, this is another gray area. You have no idea until you really kind of rip things open to see exactly how it's going to work out. So this plumbing is kind of not in the most convenient place, and as you can see, I'm really close to the top, which kind of stinks, but it actually is 3/4 inch below. So what my attempt, or what you need to do, is put some ledger boards and then have plywood in between the joists, so that basically you're going to be even with the top of your joist. And then when you put the 3/4 inch plywood out on your main floor, you're 3/4 inches below the outside floor area. And that's what a lot of these shower pan systems are designed for, because they're only 3/4 inches of a thick. That's how you create the curbless shower. So it doesn't require any modifying of your existing structure. It's just a matter of putting plywood in between your joist. But it can be tricky, because some of the plumbing, you just don't know how it's run or where it's at. And this is definitely one of those scenarios that is going to be difficult to recess this plywood. Okay, so we're 47¼ inches. So we want to center our drain before we get started on this 23 3/4. So we need this drain to be a 23 3/4, and then we want to be 18 inches back this way. So we're just going to cut off this trap, put it in a new trap. It's 23 1/2. $18, 23 5/8. So that's going to have to be close enough. We're going to have to trim down the pan a 1/2 inch. So we'll just recenter up when we cut this. But you know, rather than having to recreate this whole thing, and these are 2x8 joists, you're not going to really want to cut a bigger hole for this. So I honestly couldn't even move this over that way, because then you would have basically like a 4-inch hole. So we're going to have to kind of stick with what we have here. But that's pretty close. I mean, definitely got the 18, and then we're just slightly closer to this wall, but not by much, not enough to make a difference. And the way I suggest to do this is do a 1/4 turn and then put a level on this to make sure it's sitting flat or sitting plumb. So you just put a level on the bottom of the fitting, and I'll make sure that's straight up and down. And then we'll go on this P-trap. I always recommend doing a glued P-trap. This is accessible technically, because you got the laundry room down below here, as you can see. But you always want to... Okay, now we don't have much time to move this around. So just make sure we have our 18. And then we got 23. Looks like it's like a 23 1/2. So we've got a 1/4 inch difference, because this is going to be 24. So we're basically going to be just cutting that pan on this side. But that's acceptable. I'm happy with that. And then we'll just glue this wild and cut this down after we get the pan in. Okay, so on this, since we need a catcher here, we're going to need something here for our plywood to be caught. What I normally like to do is just put a flat 2x4 in here and screw some screws into it to catch it. So this is just a piece of 3/4 inch plywood. I'm just using this as a gauge to go over my 2x4 to make sure it's recessed down well enough. So you just want to use this as guidance to be even with your joists. But I definitely recommend, now I'm not going to be able to nail this way because I don't have any room, so I'm going to screw it again. But I would recommend definitely using some liquid nail on this though. So we'll just fit this in here. Use this as our guide. So just make sure that that's even on both sides. Now, this is also a good time to check if your joists are level, because everything's going to require the floor to be level in order for that pan to work correctly. So if it's off, definitely double check that. You know, and then you can adjust accordingly. Okay, so that's why I did a temporary cut, because as you can see, I'm a little bit off center. So measuring from the center, you want to have a 6.5 inch hole. So that's a 3 1/4 inch diameter from the center. Okay, and it looks like this is held up a little bit, so I am going to have to notch a little bit of that out just so that that plywood sits even with my joist. So I just notched that out a little bit for the hub of this. Yep, that sits nice and flush. And then we have a even circle, 6.5, so that works out good. That is a pretty wide cut around here, but that's what's required for their drain. Obviously staying out away from nails in this whole area. Don't be nailing there. Okay, so this is a common area that once you tear out the plywood, you got to get some kind of catcher here. And I would recommend trying to get underneath to the joist. So measure what your, we're just going to do some 2x6s. So 14 3/4. That works out perfectly there. So then this will go in after tile. Pretty happy with that. For my shower door, again, this is an odd situation with these furring strips. Normally I would just put like a 2x6 flat ways here so that you have anchors or something to anchor your shower doors into. But since this is all covering over everything, I'm just gonna get some strips of 3/4 inch plywood and basically just filling this area here, so then all of this can be allow for the screws for your shower doors. Okay, so it's the end of day 3. I just kind of wanted to go over about going the extra mile. And what I mean by that is just properly having everything set ready for the staging of installing your waterproofing and the tile layer. Really going the extra mile is pretty much just making sure that your structure is in good shape and putting, in this instance, new plywood down in the entire bathroom. When I took out some of the areas for the patching of running the ductwork up the wall and then having to move the toilet supply, patching all of that just wasn't going to make sense anymore. I mean, you'd have an area here, and then I had to recess the area for the shower. So, I mean, you're talking, 20 square feet left of the old plywood. So I went ahead and replaced the entire thing. The other thing I wanted to mention about plywood is, or your subfloor, you want to know how thick it is, because that's important for tiling installation. Normally your joists are 16 inches on center, and you can go with a 5/8 inch plywood, and that would be okay for like ceramic and porcelain, but you wouldn't be able to do natural stone like marble and some of these other delicate types of tile. The deflection, which is the amount of movement in between the joists, is important when it comes to tile installation. Basically, tile does not like any movement, and if there is, it's going to end up cracking and causing a problem. So we replaced the 5/8 inch plywood and put in 3/4, so that's going to make sure that we're within that L360, which is a term for deflection. And that's basically what all manufacturers really want when it comes to tile and waterproofing. They want everything to be 16 inches on center and 3/4 inch plywood. So that's what we went ahead and done and did, but it did take extra time. Not only was it just a matter of going out and purchasing the plywood, but it was additional framing. So there's a typical areas where you end up having no support, and that's usually sometimes around the perimeter of your room, and definitely at the entrance. The entrance is usually a very common place where there's, if you cut that plywood out, there's no joist sitting there, for you to put a new one down. So that'll take some of the extra time and a little extra effort to do. But, putting the time and effort into this part of the stage is going to be well worth it, and it's going to make sure that you have a long-lasting bathroom. So go the extra mile and make sure that everything for your foundation is in good shape. Okay, so I came in this morning and I saw a little bit of water on this floor. Always pay attention to little subtleties like this, because there's usually a reason why something's wet. And it looks like I put a nail directly right into this piece of copper in the corner. So this is going to take about an hour to fix now. I'm going to have to pull this all apart, cut into the stud, and try to repair it. Yep, definitely punctured that. I just can't believe I did both of them. It's crazy. Got to really pay attention to where your piping is. Okay, so these are repair couplings, so these can slide over the pipe. So I don't even need to cut out the actual hole in there. I just need to slide these over. There we go. That's good. There we go. Okay, so I took this piece of drywall off because I had the plumbing leak, and I ended up changing this box into this better, deeper box. Basically, these plastic things, I'm probably done using these. I've used these over the years, and I never did like them because they're pretty flimsy. But now I really don't like them because my rotozip, basically, when I was running it along here, it went right into this groove and just took out my screw hole. So as you can see, I have my screw holes for the actual switches, and it just took it completely out. There's nothing you can do to repair that. There's no way that I was going to be able to mount those screws now properly. So I would definitely advise getting a thicker box like this. You can tell how much thicker that plastic is. So when you rotozip around this, you're not going to end up divoting down in like that. So get better boxes. Probably only an extra $1, honestly, for this. This is more made out of like an ABS type of material, and this is just plastic. Okay, so for when you cut out a stud bay like this, for the bottom plate, you want to put it strapping on the side of the bottom plate. This will kind of protect the ductwork, but also make sure that you keep the strength of your wall. So make sure you get something, and you can even tell on these things it says edge of notch. So this is basically made for a 16-inch. Well, there's 12 inches there, so that works fine. So my notch is basically 12 inches here. Okay, so the insulation I like to use is mineral wool. A couple reasons for that. One, you get an R15 out of it and a 2x4 wall compared to R13 for the regular pink stuff with the paper tape or the paper face. And really I have to say the paper face, there's not too many situations where I pull drywall out and you don't see some kind of mold. So the mineral wool, it's fire resistant, and if it got wet, it's not going to mold. So I think those are two really great benefits to spend a couple dollars more for this. It's really easy to cut. If you have, to slice things down, just get one of these insulation knives. They usually make a difference, especially for the mineral wool. This will work a little bit on the pink stuff, but it's mainly made for mineral wool stuff. So we'll go ahead and redo this exterior wall with this. So just take a half trowel of mud like this and then just glide it across the corner. So you're basically just trying to cover that entire corner so you don't see any of the purple if you have purple board like this. make sure you get the entire corner, or otherwise you'll get like a bubble in the tape. Just tuck it in the corner, and you just scrape everything off.
The next day. It's really important to have kind of squeeze out any excess side of the other. Just like
Okay, then going about midway, just push out all that excess mud. Okay, so then when you go over the screws, just take like a half a trowel full and just glide them over both of them. That motion works better, and it's easier to just lightly sand that than it is to, you know, do a pitch patch like this, because look how much more mud that is. You know, going in a straight seam, even in the light, is going to work better than to, you know, doing a pitch patch like that. You can get the same results. I'm not saying you can't. I just think it's much easier to glide across both of them than it is to pitch patch over each one. God dang it. Okay, so we're going to be putting a pre-made niche, 16 by 22, and so this is made by Wedi, because we're doing the whole Wedi system. So coming out of the box, it does have a little shelf, so if you, it's really designed to be able to just go straight in between two stud bays like this. So if you wanted to have a standing shelf like this, you can do that, and then you can also tile this to get two different compartments. I personally find this to be obnoxiously too big. You know, it really makes that those niche sizes really small. Most of the time, my clients and I agree, is to put them lengthwise, but that does take a little bit more time with modifying your structure. Okay, so for niche placement, it's really important to go over your tile layout at this stage, because it's just going to make it easier the following day when you actually go to tile. So trying to reference exactly, not exactly, but close to what you're actually going to be tiling is going to help with the placement of this. So we're going to be using 7 by 20 inch tile, and we're going to be doing a half pattern. So each alternative pattern is going to have a grout joint right in the half pattern of it, like a brick pattern essentially. So what I recommend is just to make this symmetrical, because the whole back wall is going to be nothing but vertical planks going up and down the wall, and it would be ideal if you can have similar cut pieces at the top as you do at the bottom. That's always kind of what you're striving for, is symmetry. So what I would recommend is first trying to establish what your pan is going to be. So we're going to represent this as the 3/4 inch shower pan, and then we're going to put a piece of tile down, and that's will roughly be where our shower floor is going to be. And let's just measure all the way up to the ceiling. So in this instance, we've got 90 inches, and so let's just measure this down to the half waypoint and put your laser on there. And then you want to first see what the pattern's going to look like, and what kind of cuts you're going to have at the top. So we want to put our tile right on that mark, Okay, then just mark the tops of the tile. Now this isn't going to be 100% accurate. It could be an additional 1/4 inch or an 1/8 inch off. This is just kind of the rough framing stage, but it'll give us a good reference of what we're going to have. So then it looks like we'll have about a 5.5 inch piece. So that works out well. So even if it turned out to be 5 inches, it's still going to look good. I would say something in this tile length, anything under 4 inches is probably going to look like a sliver to a certain extent. So, you know, it's just a matter of eliminating those smaller cuts with these bigger tiles. So what I'm thinking is that I'm going to just set my niche right at that level, because I know that when I come up here that this would come right to the bottom part of my niche. So that'll work out well. And this is a 12-inch deep or tall niche. So we got 12 inches. So let's just reference what 12 inches will be on our wall. So that would be like our top layer, which is right here. So that'll be our top. So we already know that this is going to work out great here at the bottom. Let's just take a look at what our cut's going to be at the top. So when you go off of the center, so that'll be our top cut piece. That's nice and large. I think that's what, like an 8-inch piece, 7.5 inch piece. That works out great. And then if you just wanted to reference, you know, what your half pattern would be, so we put that on that mark, and then so you'll have basically, you'll be just cutting off this much of that tile. So that's a nice large piece above the niche. So that's going to work out great. Most of the time, I think that niches, I mean, it really revolves around your tile layout. But if you're in between like 44 and 48 inches to the bottom of that niche, I think that's a normal, comfortable spot. So we're right at 45 inches. That'll work out great. So this is going to be our bottom of our niche. So for the cut marks, we're going to have to account for, so number one, we're going to have to count for the actual Wedi board thickness itself. So that's a 1/2 inch. Okay, and then we want to account for the 2x4 that we want to bring as far as our ledger. So we want to come down 2 inches from where we want to set the bottom of our niche. So this will be our cut mark right here. So let's just set this laser. Okay, so then since these flanges overhang a 2x4, so when I put it on here, there's very little reveal for pinching two pieces together. I recommend just adding another blocker. Okay, that way when you put it in here, you got movement both ways, and then you have something to pinch both the board and the niche together. So that'll be our placement for this. It'll work out pretty well. Okay, so we're going to put our shower valve in, and basically we got two devices here. One is the standard rough-in valve made by Delta, and it was important for this particular project to have shutoffs, integrated shutoffs into the shower valve. You always want to have a shutoff to the actual fixture, not relying on the actual handles to turn it off. Just in case there was something that went wrong with the cartridge, you can replace it and you don't have to keep the whole house off until you get it fixed. So make sure you get integral valves on your shower valve if you don't have access to be able to turn it off in any way. And then we got a diverter valve on top of this. So this is going to have a handheld and then a regular shower head. So, and it actually has a third port if you had a third option, if you had body sprays or a rain shower head, you can add that on there. But all intents and purposes, this is going to be just a 2-function shower system. And so since this is quite a mess of plumbing, because there's another shower on the other side of this, I'm going to just recommend kind of staying within an area that you can do it. Most shower valves, you normally want to go off the floor about 48 inches. That's roughly what this is. This is basically 51 inches. So we're going to just keep this same area as our main valve system, and then we're going to go above this about 12 inches for our shower port. So first thing is let's go ahead and cut off our existing copper here, get rid of this. Really would be nice to just get a full piece of plywood in here is really what would be nice. Tell you what, just because there's so much crap back there, I'm just going to cut some pieces of 2-inch blockers here, and I'm going to just screw that plywood into place. So now I'm 2 inches behind my wall, so now I could just mount this anywhere, obviously paying attention to this back shower valve that's here, so I just don't want to have any screws. So we're going to be actually, let's just measure this, 36/18. So we're going to actually be a little bit further over here. That should work. So this is a street 90. This will slide. I think that'll work. So we'll get this side on first, and then and work on the other side, because there's a little bit more flexibility on this right side, obviously, because we've got a little bit more room. Make sure you sand all fittings. It's really important to get any dirt or debris off of your fittings, or it's just not going to take very well with the solder. And make sure you take off your test cap, because you don't want this little rubber gasket melting. So you want to get some flux. And you want to go around all your fittings and inside of here. So since we're not going to have a tub spout, we want to sand a cap, and we'll just solder a cap into this bottom. So this is a really tough area to solder, so that's why we're going to do this outside of the shower. So always heat the fitting first and then apply your solder. Okay, so make sure you get some flux on this fitting here. Okay, so make sure you put a flame retardant rag behind anywhere that you're heating and you don't want to light on fire. So I should mention, if you want to learn about doing it a little bit a simpler way with PEX, I have a video that you can take a look at. This is just, I'm doing copper because in this situation I actually think it's a little bit faster just because of the setup here. Running all the PEX in this little area too is not going to be easy. So some situations do make a lot of sense just to do everything in copper. Okay, so 12 inches up. Now this diverter, it even comes with a tag on it. If you need to cap this, if you're not going to have a third function. So this side is going to be the side that you wouldn't want to have your port on. Now you can loop this up and bring it over if you want it on the right side. There's no problems with that, but you just have to come onto the left side of this if you're just having a two-function shower system, which we are. We're just having a shower head and we're just having a handheld. So what I'll do is I'll prep this outside of the shower as well, bringing this port out. And this is not a bad location. When you set this 12 inches off of this, I usually do like to have my ports for my handheld between 60 and 62 inches, just because that big long hose hangs down. And you know, I just think it's a decent height at being around 60 inches, but it is all personal preference. But our shower door is going to be basically right here, so we'll just keep a few inches away from that. So we'll be about 6 inches. So we'll just bring this over about 11 inches. About an inch behind your rough in framing. So then, like I said, you'll have probably about an inch by the time you're done with the tile and the backer board. So that'd be like a 2.5 inch nipple should get you to a good location there. Okay, so on one of these I put I've been using this for years, but this is just a shark bite fitting, so I can slide this off, and then just a 1/2 inch nipple so that I can get water in here easily. So then you can just slip this the shark bite fitting off to cut your tile and everything and get it back on to continue to use water. So, but you definitely want to test all your ports. And then this one is just a cap with a 1/2 inch nipple on it. Put our test caps back on. We'll just keep this off for now. Turn on the water. One thing I want to say about this Delta valve, since I don't have an actual cartridge in here, this is going to mix all the water. So since there's a tub on the other side here, they would end up getting basically a lukewarm shower if you kept everything on. So I would recommend, you know, obviously testing everything, keeping it on while you're working, but then turn it off at night at these ports, because otherwise they're going to have lukewarm showers on the other side. Set the Wedi pan, you need a modified thin set. That's really the only specification, so anything you get at the box stores or whatever is fine, but just as long as it's modified. So we're going to be using Ultra Flex 2, made by Mapei. Decent stuff. I like using this for the floor, setting membranes, stuff like that. It's not very expensive. You don't really need anything super expensive for this either. But just mix this up for a tile installation. It looks like 5 to 6 quarts, so we'll probably go like 5.5 quarts, 5 quarts per bag. So I'm doing a half bag. So really just setting the pan. So, you know, if you're going to be doing the subliner and any type of banding, you want to have it the wettest. So do 6 quarts on this particular product. 6 quarts of water will get you the wettest ratio. But we're going to go right in the middle because I want it to be a little bit thicker, and it's just for setting this pan. We got to get this cut to fit our opening here. So we're fine on this width because we got like 36 and an eighth. And then again, our drain was centered at 18 inches, so we're good there. But we need to cut it down a little bit. Boy, that's really pretty close. So 40, yeah, so we got 24 on the right side here. So the one side, we're just going to be cutting a little bit off of the left side. Yeah, basically a ½ inch. So we're only going to be cutting a ½ inch off of this, which is primarily basically the dado joint. So we're going to have to recreate the dado, and that's simple enough. So let's just cut the dado off, or the rabbet joint I should say, and then dry fit it, and then we'll recreate the rabbet joint. Yep, that'll fit pretty good. So we just want a ½ inch. Recommend is just to set your blade and come down the same distance as this. So it's basically just recreating that rabbet joint. So you can see here, it's not perfect with the utility knife. I mean, honestly, a table saw would get you a little bit closer, but that's all you want to do is just recreate that, because you're going to fill this whole area with sealant. And then let's go ahead and put our drain on, because you need to let this sit for about 15 minutes before setting the actual drain. So within your kit, you just have a fitting. So you just have a paper ring and a rubber gasket, and then the locking nut. So you want to make sure that you're buying the Wedi sealant that comes with the system. You want to be using anything else other than what their product is. Okay, so then all you have to do is get a really nice generous bead around this drain assembly. So be generous with it. And you just stick this right in here. Make sure that you see that oozing out on all sides. Okay. And then your rubber gasket goes first. Paper gasket. And it just gets hand tightened. You don't need to do anything. No wrench or anything. Okay, and then just take the sealant and just smear that around the edge to get it. Okay. And then you have to take this out so that you can fit it over your drain. So this has the rubber gasket and a locking nut for this as well. So we'll set that aside. Okay, so I would go ahead and cut this pipe flush. You actually have to be 5/8 below the 5/8 inch below the subfloor. So we're going to cut it flush so we can be able to evaluate where 5/8 is. So that's flush. So let's just go ahead and test our dry fit this again real quick. Okay, so we'll be able to get that in there then. To cut this 5/8 below, you're going to have to measure it. And just kind of keep it at that mark. So essentially just using the inside pipe cutter and just letting it go down to that mark. Okay, not bad. Okay, so we're live again, day 4 on this bathroom remodel. I'm going to install this Wedi shower pan. And if you remember from my last couple of videos, is basically we're creating a curbless shower to provide more room in this smaller bathroom. So what's great about this is called the Wedi Ligno pan. Ligno, I have no idea where they come up with these names, but it's basically just a curbless shower system. It's 3/4 of an inch thick. And if you take the subfloor out and recess it to the top of the joist, you'll get that 3/4 inch drop down. So that's how you create a curbless shower into the easiest way. I mean, this is really one of the easiest or fastest ways to do it. And you can modify it, and I'd say that's only one thing about the Wedi system. The drain locations aren't as flexible as maybe some other systems. Like, you have to be pretty accurate with what you're doing here. So a couple other things before I get started is that your drain location, you need a 6.5 inch hole cut around your drain, and then that drain riser pipe has to be 5/8 below the plywood layer. So I use an inside pipe cutter. This allows me to get it down below. It's much easier to honestly cut it with an inside pipe cutter than it is to try to measure the right riser pipe going in beforehand. And a lot of times you don't have access below anyway, so you're always working above. So first thing is oh, that's the other thing. This is a modified thin set. It doesn't really matter what kind of modified thin set, just make sure that it's modified. And then we'll go ahead and install this pan. So first thing, like any tile installation, you always want to dampen the surface with a damp sponge. This is going to keep that thin set from wicking dry immediately from the plywood. So just wipe this down, and this also helps get all the dust off of it. The one thing you have to pay attention to too is levelness. These systems are not going to really do well unlevel. Everything is created 1/4 inch per foot on the slope. So you have to have a level subfloor. I mean, within reason. I mean, if you're an 1/8 inch, within an 1/8 inch or something, you're fine. But you just can't overcompensate too much because there's not a lot of flexibility with them. So you want to use a 1/4 by 1/4 inch square notch trowel for this. And again, modified thin set. So first thing is to burn the thin set into the substrate with the flat side of the trowel. And this just allows an easier way to get the thin set coverage, basically, because if you glide it over just raw plywood, it's hard to get nice ridges. But if you burn the thin set in, it'll make a nice surface for it. So we'll burn this in, and then we'll actually go on the back of the pan first before we trowel the floor. Really is a fairly simple installation, really. It just costs money. I think, like I said yesterday, this pan is about $700. It's kind of hard to believe it's just foam, but no one else really has come out with it, so good for Wedi. They're definitely playing ahead on that one. And then same direction as it you put it on the pan is what you want for the pan itself. Go ahead and set this in.
Stuff for that insulation.
Yeah, we gotta get that insulation. I should have done it the other way. This is what you get for doing it live. Okay, so just set this in place. Okay, now my drain is a little stubborn. It's pretty close, but it's not quite close. So I'm going to use the back of my hammer to get this to move. Okay. All right, so then you can just wiggle this around and get those ridges to collapse, so you get a little bit of movement. Let's make sure everything's clear out of here. So I would just take a spare piece of backer board, because I'm not going to have time to do the walls today, because that was the other thing we did today. We got this niche in, so we had to reframe that. So that took a little bit of time to get set up. But I would just take a spare piece of board or a section of it and just check your, so you can see how nice and easy this is to cut. That's the other thing I should mention. What's awesome about this is if you're working in here and you like drop a tool on it or whatever, as long as it doesn't go all the way through the board, this is 100% waterproof. So a lot of these other systems, you nick the surface, it's done. I mean, or you have to repair it. And sometimes, you know, if you got more than one person working in the space, you don't even know if they did anything. So it's nice to have that insurance. The other thing I like about the board is that it's rigid, you know, so Curdy board and other foam boards are pretty, you know, they can bend around things almost. This is pretty strong stuff. So I like that aspect of it. Always have. Again, it's just a pricey material, unfortunately. So, but just go in, make sure. Yeah, you just want to make sure that you can fit this into the space. Okay, so that's nice and tight. And that's nice and tight. Okay, so, and then since this is curbless, they just provide you these little strips that you can seal into place. And as you can see, this is nice and level with my floor now. And then everything pitches 1/4 inch per foot. It's always good just to double check, make sure you know you paid attention to how everything's set. But yeah, it makes a nice easy installation. So then the drain piece, it's basically just a rubber gasket. So always have the beveled side up, and then it has this little locking nut on it. So this might be a little tough just because my drain is difficult here. And you can use a screwdriver to push that down if it's stubborn like this. You see this all right there? If anybody's on there has any questions about it, just let me know. This comes with this little tool.
Wait, show it again. I didn't catch it.
Just this little piece that goes in. This helps tighten it. You put it in the grooves and just use a flat screwdriver to tighten it. Oh, jeez. That's why I have a magnet thing just fell down in there. I'll have to get a magnet to get that out of there. Dang it. But anyways, after I get this up tomorrow, we're going to flood test it. And well, not tomorrow, but Monday.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah. So, but order operation my next day. Basically, I'm going to finish this waterproofing, and I'm going to put the outside floor tile down. I always recommend doing the outside floor first, so then you can build up your shower floor tile to meet that outside floor. Most of the time, your outside floor is going to be probably bigger tile. I mean, we're doing 7 by 20 inch plank tile. So by the time I thin set that with a 1/4 by 3/8 inch trowel, you know, you'll be almost a 1/2 inch thick, and then you'll be able to just make sure you build up that layer of tile to meet up with it. It'll meet up pretty close though. But it's really important to waterproof the outside of a shower, especially in a smaller bathroom like this. So they have a product called the Wedi Subliner, and that's what you want to order with this kit so that you can do your floor as well. And you want to wrap it up against the walls as well. I'm sure I'll show you that on Monday as well. So, but yeah, that's where we're at. So they come with these little strips, and these are just meant to fill in these rabbit joints where you don't need them. So you just want to take the Wedi sealant and just fill that entire groove. We just basically just embed this. Okay, so then that makes it all nice and flush. And then what we'll do is we'll be running the Wedi Subliner 4 inches over this joint. But for today, we're just going to end it here because I don't have time to work on the rest. So, put a little bit of weight on this. I'm going to put some bags of thin set on this. If you're not going to be able to finish the walls, because if you put the walls down immediately, that's not as important because those walls are being pushed down in. You're keeping that pan down into place. But if you don't have the walls up, you're going to want to put a little bit of weight on this. All right. Okay, so it's day 5. Things obviously took a little bit longer in this job, as you can tell from some of the trouble I have with some of these different plumbing and electrical issues, just having to move things. Really nothing completely out of the ordinary. You just always have to expect unexpected things when it comes to removing all this subfloor. I know I keep repeating myself on that, but the more that you're expecting this type of these issues, the better you'll be able to overcome them and move on with the project. So now that we got all the plumbing and everything ready to go, now today we can put our second coat of mud on. That's definitely a priority because you need this stuff to dry. And then we're going to do the waterproofing on the shower, and then hopefully get the floor on the outside floor done. So that would be day 5 technically. I mean, not technically, but normally I like that to be day 4 so that I can really be tiling the main shower on day 5. But you know, when you come into different issues, it takes a little bit longer than you want to. So we'll get started here. Okay, so just the second coat of drywall. You just want to use a little sanding sponge, just get off all the crumblies. You don't have to don't over sand it. Don't make the paper kind of start breaking apart. You're just clearly just getting some of the crumbly stuff off of there, and then we'll do the second coat. Okay, so second coat, very similar to the first coat. Just get a half a trowel, and then you're just gonna, I always do the ceilings first. I find it to be just a little bit simpler to finish that top corner first. In a lot of ways, I think it's just because you have a little bit more control in that corner the next day on the side piece. So it's really personal preference, but all I'm going to do is just lightly coat it and wipe it off. And the one thing about mud is that the more you play with it, the less good it looks. So try to just go over it once or twice you know, it's not going to hurt to keep going over it. But you just might have to, just like that, I just scraped a little bit too much off. You basically just don't want to see the paper tape under there anymore. I mean, you can lightly see it, but just as long as you can tell that there's a little bit of mud on it. Because anytime there isn't any mud on the tape, that can be something that can bubble up later. So then on my straight seams, basically I just take a thing of mud, cut off those corners, apply the mud. So cut off each corner so you can get kind of a nice even coat. And then you just take the 16 and apply a lot of pressure and scrape that off. So don't worry about the bubbles. We can sand those out. That's what the third coat is for too. Not too many seams in this small bathroom, so that's kind of nice. Definitely makes things fast. And just put a bigger amount on here. So let's get this. So basically just second coating all these screws in the same fashion as the 6-inch knife. Okay, so we're going to put our first board in. Make sure that everything's cleaned out of that rabbet joint. You want to make sure that's completely clean. A couple other things that you want to pay attention to is you want to make sure that you have some kind of wood behind your pan. And the main reason is because when I put the sealant in there, you want to make sure that it presses up against something that's going to push back on it, because you want all of that sealant to be oozing out of the joint when you install this. So I'll show you what I mean here. But first thing is let's just dry fit this board. Okay, so just make sure that's out of data joint. So one thing you want to do is just mark this once this is dry fit to make sure that you're getting it into that dado joint. So I'm just going to take a black magic marker, put a line on there. Make sure that that's going into that dado joint. So I am a little shy on this side, so I want to reposition this and make sure that this goes all the way in. Okay, so this is an important step because this is the most critical joint in this entire system, and that is to mark your board when you slide it into that rabbet joint, so that you make sure that you can have a reference to make sure this is going into that rabbet joint. This is, you know, you're not going to be able to go all the way down to this marker once you fill it with sealant, but at least it gives you a good indication that you're inside of that groove. Very critical part. Okay, so again, you want to be using the Wedi sealant for this. So what we're going to do is just fill this entire cavity. Okay, so as you can see, this sealant is completely filled in that joint. Okay, so then on a 45-degree angle, you want to stick this in place. And this is just going to make sure that that sealant oozes out of my joint. So you press down on this. I'm just going to use a wood block. The first row, you need to be up 12 inches. So reference a mark, it's about 12 inches. And the main reason for being 12 inches up off the ground is basically so that you don't pull this away from your rabbet joint. So the first row is always 12 inches from the floor. Okay, so you can see how much sealant is still here. Just use your corner trowel to remove it. But again, we're referencing our line here to make sure that that's in the groove. So then after that, it's every 12 inches for screws and washers. So okay, so then where the board meets the board, you want to put a generous bead of sealant on that top edge. And you can just take these screws and pinch the board together. So then what I like to use is just a fine tool with one of these wide blades. These are kind of nice because then you can just go right against the wood and cut everything out. Okay, so you just want to make sure that your niche stays level just to make sure, and then just basically trace out your niche. And you just cut all that out. Okay, so again, the board meets the board. Put a generous bead right on top of that. Okay, so again, take a magic marker, mark the bottom of your board so that you know exactly how far down your board is actually going. So you should see a 1/2 inch reveal all the way along here. If you don't, you want to make sure you clean out that joint. And then on a 45-degree angle, put that into the base. And you can see all of this oozing up. Measuring up 12 inches. That's where you want to have your first screw. Okay, then you could just simply take a 4.5 inch hole saw, fill this whole cavity. Just want to make sure that's completely filled with sealant going all the way up the corner here. On a 45-degree angle, so got our ceiling board here. Again, nice and easy. Just get all your marks on the back here. So I just got a hole saw for this one as well. So that's the indication mark for my shower head. And then this is for my side port. So just get some on your top of this fitting, and then obviously just like any regular pipe. And then we're just going to let this stick up wild out of the floor. Okay, so we'll just cut a piece of this subliner. Should just go around here like that. Okay, so that'll work. So you just want to cut this so it's nice and tight. And so what we'll do, so it'll be completely waterproof around here now. So you don't have to worry about anything, if anything overflowed. But then after the tile's in, we'll cut this flush, and then that'll go right on top of the tile. Okay, so this is day 5 of this small bathroom remodel. As you can see, I got my waterproofing up. So I'm gonna go over a bunch of tips about what I did when I was installing this, and we're gonna go ahead and waterproof this live as well. So the Wedi system, so they just use these washers and screws to install every 12 inches. Couple of things you wanna note about this is, number one, the first set of screws, you wanna be 12 inches off the floor. Main reason for that is you don't want to be sinking this board deeply into and pulling it away from the base. So as you remember, the base had a rabbet joint that this slides into. So if you were to put a screw here and say that the stud wasn't all in line with another, it can push that bottom part of this board out of that joint. So always stay 12 inches above the floor. Another thing that you want to pay attention to is when you're putting screws in the corner, you want to offset them. So there's one screw here, one screw here. You want to offset them. You don't want to have them in the same exact spot, because again, you could be pulling that board away from that corner. And then as far as the sealant goes, we're just using the Wedi sealant. Always use the sealant for the system that you're using. But we're just going to cover over all the screws, and you basically want to have 1 inch reveal around all edges and then along your seams as well. And we're going to address a couple other areas here shortly, show you the proper way to go about doing that. So there's 2 different types of sealant. The traditional Wedi sealant, you can also get it in a sausage tube, makes it a lot easier and faster. But I have this Wedi 620 sealant. This is a more fluid sealant. These are for bands and subliner. I'll be installing that live here as well. But the 620 sealant is just a more fluid sealant. But if you're a contractor, I highly recommend you get the big sausage tubes rather than all these smaller caulking tubes. You're going to save yourself money, and it's just going to be less work with the bigger gun. So we'll just start with the corners. Basically putting a big generous bead all the way along this corner, each corner. Now this shower is about 3 by 4, and I had purchased 10 tubes of this sealant. You probably could get away with probably 4 of the sausage tubes. So I'm going to go back over each one of these little bigger screws. And then it's really helpful is to buy one of these corner trowels. This is Wedi, so when you order your system, just buy one of these. And this just makes it really easy to make it nice and tight in the corners. So, but you basically want 1 inch reveal on either side of the joint. And we'll go back over a couple areas that we need the sealant on those screws, but we'll go ahead and finish our corners first. So get about a good 1/2 inch bead. So you can see how fast these tubes go. It's where having the bigger ones are nicer. I guess I could have prepped all these ahead of time. I will. This caulking gun I got is pretty nice though. This is made by Newborn. It's the 290 model. It's made for sealants like this. I don't know. I mean, it's very responsive. It's not really killing my hand. So getting a decent caulking gun is kind of nice. And yeah, just take your corner trowel. And get that embedded. Again, I'll be going over a couple of these screws in the corner with the flat trowel here shortly. But then each seam, You want to get like a 1/2 inch bead. And you can just dot every one of these washers. And here's a seam here. So a very simple installation doing the Wedi system here. If I'm really questioning where my drain location is, I'll go Schluter, because you can modify those pans pretty easily. Schluter, I mean, first off, I like their drains better than Wedi. I'll just say that. I think their drain covers are much more flexible to meet up with the tile. You have more of a pitch right at the drain location, so you have more ability to move that drain and get it perfect with your tile. Yeah, no, I mean, I love it, but I mean, for a curbless shower, this is going to be the fastest way doing this Wedi system. It just simply is, because it's 3/4 of an inch thick. The Schluter pans, the new pans that they came out with are 1 inch. So you have to get like a 1/4 inch material on the outside to meet up with that, to make that, if you can only take the subfloor. If you take the subfloor out, you get that 3/4 inch, but the pans are 1 inch thick. So you have to put down like Dietrich Heat, or, you know, they make Dietrich XL, which is a 1/4 inch thick. Or you could even, I mean, honestly, in a small bathroom like this, you could just do 2 layers of Dietrich to meet that up. So that's where it becomes a little problematic with the Schluter pans. But there's a lot of situations I would prefer Schluter, and that would be just not knowing where my drain location is, and maybe there's something funky that you need to, you know, even like a neo angle something, I would probably go with Schluter, because it's just so versatile. If I'm like, I mean, even if you screwed up the pan completely, you could still pack it with mud. Not that you can't do it with the Wedi system, but they, you know, you have to buy all this other stuff to be able to do that, where Schluter, I mean, you're probably going to have the Curdy membrane and all that other stuff anyways. So then we're going to put a valve trim on here. So this is a valve seal. It has 2 edges on it. So one has a big rubber spacer on the back that goes into the board. And then you can thin set it, which you can do it both 2 ways. So I'll just do it both ways here. So you can do the 620 sealant. That's what this is. So you can see how much more fluid that is than the, and then you just take an 8 by 8 inch trowel. And then you just put this on there. Just make sure we're good. Yeah, there we go. And then you can also use thin set. That would definitely be the cheaper option. Now we've got some thin set mixed up, because we're going to do the subliner for the floor, and there's a really important aspect about that you need to pay attention to. So this guy, they don't make a valve trim for these diverters. I don't know why. I mean, they make all these valve trims. Schluter doesn't even make one for these. Everyone had, not everyone, most people have a diverter for a handheld. So anyways, all I did was just cut a little slit on either side of this. And what I'll do is, after done tiling, then I'll just cut more of this around. But this will help give a little bit more waterproofing around this area. This seam is where I would use, they make the Wedi band, and you can use that, or you can, if you're doing the subliner, you can just cut strips of this. But basically just go 2 inches on either side of this drywall seam. And what will end up happening is this is going to stick outside of my tile area. I'm doing that purposely because I want everything from my tile in to be waterproof. And then what I'll do is just after I set the tile, I'll just use some drywall mud and feather over it, just like it was paper tape. So it's pretty easy. So I'm using the 8 by 1/8 inch trowel. You can use that Wedi 620 sealant for this joint as well, but obviously thin set is going to be cheaper, so I would probably just advise doing that. You can see how loose this mix is, so I wouldn't be setting tile with that. But I would, it's great for the membranes because you just want to make sure, that you're getting the bond on the back. We're going to put the subliner down. So like any installation of tile, you want to wipe down this subfloor with a damp rag. And this keeps that thin set from wicking out immediately. But it also, make sure you have a clean subfloor. But this, you don't want that thin set to immediately get zapped of moisture. Okay, and then what I'm going to use is a 1/4 by 1/4 trowel. That's what they want you to use for the subliner. So, but first, can you see this? You can see the floor pan fine, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so one of the most important parts of this is to use the 620 sealant. Okay, this subliner that we're using, any overlapping on the Wedi or the subliner itself, you want to use the 620 sealant, and very, very important for a curbless shower. So we want to make sure that this extends over this shower pan by 4 inches, and that's the requirement of Wedi there. So put a fair amount on the pan, and we're just going to overhang it. But basically right where this shower is, I'm going to use the Wedi sealant as well, but I'll probably just use thin set on the rest of the drywall. But what I'm going to do is wrap it up the wall as well, because this is a real critical area, especially right around in here with a curbless shower. You want to make sure that this is all waterproof between the wall and the floor as well. So we'll just use the sealant on the pan, and then we'll just use the 1/8 inch by 1/8 inch trowel and trowel this. This doesn't spread all that great when the surface is wet. It's not necessarily gonna hurt the bond, but it is definitely nicer when everything's dry. You just have to be a little bit more diligent at getting this into to get a nice coat on this if you have any wetness to it. Okay, so I got that part down. And then with a 1/4 by 1/4, I'm going to use this thin set so you could see how soupy this thin set is. So whatever the wettest ratio of the thin set you're using is what you want to do, because then you'll make sure that you have a good bond with your substrate. So use the back side of the trowel and key it into the subfloor. And what that's going to do is obviously make sure you have a good bond, but it also makes it a lot easier to spread your thin set and get a nice trowel lines. If you just try to do that right on regular subfloor, it usually doesn't come out all that well. So key it in. Yeah, I tell you what, doing a small bathroom, you know, I get so many calls about it, and everyone says, I just have a small bathroom. And I tell you what, it's just as much work as any of the bigger ones in my mind. This one in particular, I'll have a lot of videos on, and you'll see the kind of trouble I came up with. But boy, I mean, it was just one thing after another. And, you know, I think part of the reason it's just more difficult is because it is small, and then there's another bathroom on the other side, so it has so much plumbing and electric, and anything you touched needed to be moved. So it's small bathrooms. They might be small, and you might think, hey, it shouldn't cost that much. But there's usually a lot of work in them, unfortunately. That's why, you know, hopefully if you do it yourself, you could save yourself a pile of money and not have to go through the pain of hiring somebody. So just make sure that this is going over 4 inches onto your pan. And I'll just cut around this.
Kind of wild, because I got another piece that I want to waterproof. It'll be easy to waterproof with another piece on the top of this.
Okay, so I just got like a wood float. A little seal for around here. Put a little of this sealant around the pipe, and when that pushes down into it, then you really are sealing this to the pipe. So where you layer the subliner, you want to use this 620 sealant. So you just need to overlap it by 2 inches. Okay.
So what I'm going to really recommend for anybody who's a beginner or anybody who just wants to have a thin set that lasts a really long time in the bucket, I highly recommend Ardex X5. It's been something I've been using for the last decade, and it's my go-to for setting floor tile, for wall tile, and really any type of tiling installation. And again, I really love it primarily because it lasts a really long time. It has a kind of a fluffy consistency to it. And once you use it, you just never want to use those cheap box store types again. So we're going to go ahead and set the floor, and that'll be the end of day 5.
So this bathroom, the width is 46 inches. I measured to the center to see exactly what I would end up with if I started my grout joint right on the center. And what I ended up with was a 1-inch piece on the other side. So that didn't work. So I measured to the center of my plank tile. And now I'm going to have basically a 5.5-inch piece on either side of the plank tile. So that works out great. The other thing you want to reference is where the doorway is. So just simply take your tile, leaving about a 1/16 inch gap in between. That's normally what I like to do. And then take a look at the size tile that are going to be at the doorway. Looks like I'm going to be cutting off about 2 inches worth of tile. So everything works out that great. So I could pretty much start from the shower floor, work my way back. So full piece, half tile, full piece, half tile. And then we'll have 2 cuts on either side. Now, I'm using a laser to center this. It's not something that you have to purchase or do, but it does make it easier for sure. Being able to just run a laser straight down the center, just measuring either location and then just following that laser. But something on a small bathroom like this, it's really not necessary. You can pretty much just kind of guide yourself off of the squareness of where your shower floor is going in. Now we're doing 36 inches from the back wall to the edge of our shower so that we have a full 36-inch shower. Again, that's leaving us a 15-inch center from the toilet to the shower. And we're going to work our way out. It's always important when you're doing a curbless shower to always start with your outside floor tile first, because the thin set's going to be thicker. Your towel is most likely going to be somewhat thicker, and you'll be able to meet up that shower towel to the outside floor. So we've got our laser set, ready to start moving on our tile. So we're going to be using Perfect Level Master. It's basically a wedge clip system. We're going to use this to keep our lippage in control. It also makes it a lot easier because it holds everything together. But you can get these clip sizes in different sizes. This is the 1/32 clips, but you can get them in 16th, 8th inch, whatever grout joint that you want to use. Now, I like smaller grout joints. I think they look nicer, so I always stay with it right around a 16th inch. Trowel size always depends on the coverage you're getting, but you know, typically a 1/4 by 3/8 inch square notch trowel or U-notch trowel like this is sufficient, but you do want to get bigger than a 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch. You want to go a little bit thicker so that you can make sure you have that bondage. So again, always using the flat side of the trowel to burn this thin set into place. My advice is not to get too far ahead of yourself. Don't spread too much out that you can't cover. Because once this thin set kind of skins over, then you really can't, you have to scrape it off and put new stuff on now. You want to back butter all these, just using the flat side of the trowel to just comb that on. Just measure 35 3/4 basically is where we're at. Then we want to put our clips in. If you finger the sides of these joints, that'll help keep that thin set from getting squished in between the clips. Not a bad idea to just reference your square against this. Just make sure that, okay, you got 5.5. I'll just make it 5 1/4. There's no sense of being too. Plus, on the edges of your floor, you want to leave like a 1/4 inch reveal. So we'll just make it 5 1/4. So I know this cut around here is not that pretty, but it really doesn't matter because now I'm going to get that flange over top of there. It's going to cover that whole thing. So obviously it would have been nicer to be a little bit closer than that, but it really doesn't matter.
Quick and easy.
So we're going to use a Schluter Rondeck for our edging. So basically this just gets toweled in and makes a nice even joint here. So go ahead and put that down first. Now, this is an interesting situation here because we're putting a barn door on the outside, so the door is going to be all the way out here. But I'm still going to leave it. I'm not going to go halfway. I'm going to keep it out a little bit even more, probably 2/3 of the way, just in case they ever decided they want to put a regular door on here. Not that I really foresee them doing that. I just don't want to bring the tile all the way out to the edge, because then if you ever did try to change the door, you're going to see tile on the outside of the door. Okay, so then at this transition, I would just hold this up a little bit to make sure it's even with the tile. Just going to use a couple of these red wedges just to hold it in place. Let's get a little bit of thin set underneath of the Rondeck. Okay, so next morning you want to take all these clips out. You just hit them parallel with the grout joints. So just take a rubber mallet and hit these out. Now sometimes some of these things are these clips are not gonna break off cleanly, but I'll show you how to address that here shortly. But let's just get all these out of here. These things sticking out, you just basically just use a utility knife and just score them below the tile. Just needs to be below the tile surface, about 1/8 inch. So just obviously be careful of your waterproofing when you're cutting that. Okay, so we're gonna set something up here to flood test this. So what I'm gonna do is just use a little bit of spray foam just on the entrance here, and then we can remove this after we do our flood test. We're gonna move on to our third coat. We're gonna sand this pretty well. Definitely get one of these sponges. Second coat sanding is definitely a lot more aggressive. So basically just get everything out of the corners. This light white mud really does make it easy. It should sand up pretty easily. And then we can touch things up. Obviously I touched everything up, so we're gonna go over with the third coat here. Okay, so let's get that little drain piece out of there. The magnet, get that out of there. And then we're just gonna use a test plug. So we're just gonna tighten this. Just a rubber gasket that holds around there. And then we're gonna go ahead and fill it up. So at this point, just measure down on top of your drain and mark that amount. So 1.25 inches. And what you want to try to look for is any air bubbles anywhere coming out. If you see any air bubbles, especially around the drain, that means that water's being released somewhere. So we'll let this sit for a couple hours and let it drain down and start tiling. So but yeah, it's just important to note where you're going to measure and then measure again just to make sure everything's staying. Okay, so third coat, just doing the other side of the corners and then going over all your straight seams again. So same concept, just getting a half trowel mud and just gliding it over to this corner.
Things painted at that point, so probably tomorrow I'll get some binder.
Okay, so just take another measurement. Okay, we got 1.25 inches, so everything's good there. So now I'll just let everything out. And I would advise drying everything out before setting tile. Put a fan on this. You don't want the pan to be completely saturated like this when you're thin setting. Okay, so we're laying this out, and since we did 36, it actually works perfectly just from running it from the edge of your tile to the back wall. So we're even this way, but this way we're about 1 inch. So what I'm going to do is cut a 1/2 inch off of each side so that they're equal on either side of the pan. And really, you know, the drain location is where the drain location is. We're going to try to avoid any slivers, but I'm going to first cut a 1/2 inch off of this, see where this comes out with the drain. And we should be even on our side. Okay, so for the shower floor, we're going to use some rapid set because I want to be able to actually tile the walls a little bit later today as well. So we're going to use Mapei's Ultraflex RS. That's rapid set. I'm only going to need about 1/2 bag. Actually, that's probably going to even be too much for the shower floor, but it's easier to mix half bags than anything else and getting the right ratio. We're going to be setting the tile with 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch square notch trowel. Go ahead and apply our thin set. This is a little bit on the wet side, so I would recommend that for floor tile, especially mosaics like this. Keep it a little bit, you know, like that was 5 to 6 quarts we used right in the middle, 2 3/4. But even if you went with the full 6 quarts, that's not a bad idea either, because if this is really dry, and I have had issues before where I tried to make the mix too thick and it just didn't bond to the tiles properly. And it's really important on a shower floor because once water gets through there, it needs to have a good bond to the pan with the thin set. So first thing is to take the back side of the trowel and burn it into the substrate. And again, what this does is makes it easier to get nice trowel lines, but it also makes sure that you're embedding this well to it. Now, one important detail I got to do right now that I'm just about to forget. With the Wedi sealant, this is a really critical point to the whole system of a curbless shower, and that is to separate this thin set layer right at the edge of the tile. Okay, so then this is very simple, but it's a very important concept, and that is just to separate this thin set layer. So I'm just going to take a generous bead of Wedi sealant and go right along the edge of this tile. And it's just as simple as that. That's separating that thin set layer. So now water is not going to siphon into the thin set layer and get outside of the shower. That's really all you got to do. You know, and the joint sealant, the joint sealant does, you know, the thin set will bond to this. You know, and if you leave some of this stuff on there, you just use a little bit of acetone to get that off of there a little bit later. That might be what I'll have to do there. The better you have your trowel lines, the better or the easier it's going to be to get a nice flat floor. So take your time spreading the thin set. Start from our front, because that's going to be our most important joint. It's meeting this up with the front. So I'm just going to lay these all out, and then I'll tamp them after I kind of get them set. So this tile is going to meet up pretty nicely with this because of the thickness of it, but if it was thinner, you would have to add a little bit of thin set underneath this where it meets your outside floor. But the way this is, the way this thickness is going to work, we don't really have to do any build up, which is kind of nice. This is not going to be very forgiving, especially with it being kind of like a white tile, because you're going to be using some gray grout in this. So it's actually going to really accent these joints a little bit more. Okay, so then once you get it down into the place, then you can just take your grout float and then really push them in.
So this part of the Wedi shower system has actually changed quite a bit in the last couple of years since I've done a lot of these systems. And they've now come out with a newer drain, the click and set drain. So you no longer have a separate receiver that sets into the drain like this. Essentially, it's just going to be a threaded one that you can basically thread up to the existing tile layer. So in some ways it's going to be a little bit easier, less messy with the newer system, but you'll be able to adjust that right to your tile layer. And I do recommend just letting it being a little bit slightly below the actual tile layer to make sure that there isn't any obstruction for the water to flow through. So, but check out Wedi's website. They have all the information on how that new drain sets, and hopefully I'll be able to get one in my hands here soon and be able to demonstrate it in a video form.
Okay, so we're going to do our back wall first. I always recommend doing the back wall first. Main reason is so you can hide that grout joint. You don't have to be as accurate with your cuts. You know, because if you put these sidewalls on first and in this tile, then you can just see straight down that grout joint, and that could be problematic trying to make that perfect answer. So if you put this one on first, this one covers over it, it's a lot harder to see. So definitely try to do your back wall first. Layout, obviously it's always going to depend on what type of tile that you're actually specifically choosing, but we're going to be doing the plank tile on the back wall, and then we're going to be doing subway tile on the left wall. So none of the grout joints have to match. Obviously subway tile and this are not going to match anywhere close to being in the same area. The one thing kind of makes this easy, we already did the floor, so we already know how wide our room is. We just have to start from the center and work our way to the edges, and we'll have 5.5 inch cuts on either side. So that works out pretty well. Again, most tiles like this, I'd say if you're under 2 inches, it's going to look like a sliver and it's not going to look so great. Width wise, this way, you know, I would try to avoid 4 inch or smaller, just because the long length, this is 20 inches. So, you know, just cut that in a fifth. If you did a 2 inch piece here, I think that's going to look a little forced. But width wise, 2 inches, and anything bigger than 4 inches, just my recommendation. Other feature that we're going to be putting in here is a bench. So typically your benches are between 19 and 21 inches. Really depends on your own comfort. But this is going to be installed as well. And you're basically going to be incorporating this into the tile work. So we'll get to that when we have to. But we're first going to just start running our tile from this center point down. Okay, so then same trowel for our floor, 3/8 by 1/2 inch trowel for these bigger tiles. And this is no different than doing a floor, just using the backside of your trowel and just coating the surface. So we're just gonna probably do the first row first, going up. Okay, so just put a little spacer there. And then we're just making sure that we're paying attention to our plumb this here. Make sure that's all straight up done. We're gonna use our clips again, T-lock clips. This is just proud of my niche, which is good. So I got this on my spacer, so everything exactly where I want it. Now I'm gonna just mark right at the level of this. And then what I wanted to do was make this a full 2 inches. So that's gonna come over, it's only about 1/4 inch, so that's not too bad. So we're just gonna make this 2 inches. Okay, so we should be able to use a grinder. If this doesn't work, we're gonna have to use a wet saw. We're gonna put this Ron deck in later, but just for reference, that looks pretty good. Let's just double check, see what this looks like level. Yeah, that's pretty level. So that edge will look good. You just want to double check to get edges on there with a piece of Ron deck, but that looks good. So then we can work our way up. So for the ceiling, again, just it's 15 1/16. I'll just make it 15. You want to leave a little bit of a gap there for expansion contraction, but more importantly, when I go to put a siliconized acrylic caulk in here, you want to have a little bit of a gap so that that fills in that gap and it makes a nice strong joint. Okay, so comfortable height for a bench is either between 20 and 21 inches. So we're just gonna go 20 inches to our bottom of our bench. So all this has to do is just sit on the tile itself. So, and what I normally like to do is to notch out the tile, or notch out part of this bench, so that the tile can slide behind it rather than just cutting around here with tile. It's kind of hard to make that look nice. This will cover any raw cut when I slice this. So let's just go ahead and do that now. So nothing more than that. So that'll just go right up against there and make a nice cut. So, all right, so the first thing we gotta do is get piece of tile there. So we got our laser right here. So we want to cut this down here. So we'll cut that. If we're gonna make it, put a square on this, make sure it's square. But if you cut the lines, that'll give you enough room so that you can pitch this. Just want to make sure it pitches. Let's just see what this looks like when it's completely. As long as the bubble's on the right side here, we'll probably shim this up a little bit. Something like that, because I just want to make sure when the water comes down that it's moving. But that makes a nice tight joint here. So we'll set this tile and then we'll get our bench set. I'll just stick this bench in. A screw to hold this in place. I'll patch that up tomorrow when I do the other tile. There we go. So now we're pitched ever so slightly in, and we're level that way. So mark this, and then we want to be over 2 inches, so there is a bit more on this side. I think my niche was a little off center because of these furring strips. I don't think I paid attention to that, but we'll end up with like a 17-inch wide niche. So we were going to be shrinking this part of the niche probably about a 1/2 inch. So not terrible, but I'd rather have these two pieces look symmetrical than to have the niche, you know, be wider. I mean, and really, are you going to miss 3/4 of an inch? I really don't think so. So we'll notch this one.
Okay, good.
So make sure you have a good grip on here, and don't be hesitant. You have to be confident with your grip on this. So just hold it tight to the guard. Get your blade up to full speed. That's exactly what I don't want right there. So let's just cut this again here. So that's how easy this stuff is to break off like that. Okay, so this is a good time to end the day with this. So just get some thin set into your groove here, and then you can just slide your Rondeck into place. That'll make sure that holds it. Just make sure that you wipe any excess off of the back, because you're going to want to make that tile nice and even to the edge of the Rondeck. Okay, so day 7, we're gonna sand our 3rd coat of drywall, and we're gonna be touching up some things. Most likely this is gonna be a 4th coat because we still gotta get the tile on, and I want to just feather over this waterproofing. So, you know, sometimes it does take more than just 3 coats, especially in a bathroom because of all the different intricacies to it. And this is a small space, so I'm constantly nicking the walls and stuff while I'm working. So, you know, be patient, but we'll go ahead and sand this, do a 4th coat technically, and then probably at the end of the day we'll use some 20-minute mud or something to go over these seams. Okay, so the rest of this niche is going to be pretty simple. Just need to get the bottom plate in, so 3.5. We'll make it like 3.25. There's no reason to make it tight. And then we'll put the sides up, or the back wall up, and the sides. So we'll just get a fair amount on the back of this. So you can see how much I'm actually putting on here, quite a bit. So we'll just ooze this out after. So you just push this down until it's nice and even. You want to make sure that you don't feel any lip there, because water can sit against that channel. So just make sure that's nice and smooth. And then obviously you just want to pitch it towards the shower. Doesn't need much, just enough for the water to run off. You don't want your soap bottles falling off or anything. So, if it's like an 1/8 inch per foot or something like that, that would be sufficient. So very simple design. Honestly, if you keep it simple, it makes it go fairly quickly. So, and honestly, you're always just putting soap bottles in front of this anyway. So, I'm not sure if, I always do mosaics back here, but I really kind of like the plank tile. I think it's nice and simple, clean, easy to clean. You got a full solid surface on the bottom. Really, it's going to be a great little niche for holding stuff. Okay, so we're gonna do subway tile. So just 3x6 subway tile on these side walls. So this can be simple, but it can be really problematic if you get a sliver at the ceiling. So biggest thing about this is just the layout, making sure that you don't get that sliver at the ceiling. You'll obviously be starting from the floor, so you're not going to start out with a sliver there. But my recommendation is to just find the entire center of the wall. So at 90 1/4. So you find your center. And I think one of the easiest ways to really honestly go about this is just putting tick marks on the wall and work your way up. Now, most of the time when you mark it like this, you are going to grow a little bit depending on the spacers. We're going to be using 1/16 inch spacers. So over this much growth, you will end up adding a little bit. Now you could obviously mathematically do this, but no towel or anything is ever 100%. Okay, so what do we end up with there? We end up with a 2-inch piece. So that works out good. I'd say anything on subway tile, you want to try to have nothing less than a half a tile. Otherwise, it'll look kind of like a sliver. All right, so we're going to cut this first row. So let's go ahead and get some thin-set on the wall. We're going to be just using a 1/4 by 1/4 inch square notch trowel. That's all we're going to need for subway tile. No need to back butter these. You could just set them in place. So it actually is a really nice, easy installation.
So when it comes to any tile installation, really the first row is the most important aspect to get completely level. So that's why I'm using a laser to make sure that I get that even. And then as you can see, I'm cutting each tile to basically scribe cut to make sure that I have an even gap at the floor, but more importantly, making sure that first row is level. And once you make that first row level, it really is pretty simple from that point on. It's just a matter of setting all the subway tiles. One word of advice would be not to spread too much thin set out and allowing it to skin over, meaning letting it dry at any point in time. Once things kind of get a little bit stiff, the thin set's not going to bond to the tile really well. So only spread what you can basically set within the next 5 minutes or so. And then if it does skin over, you need to kind of scrape it off and reapply new thin set. And then I know I've mentioned this earlier in the video, but if you use a good thin set like Ardex X5, it really is my favorite thin set. And one of the main reasons is it gives you plenty of pot life. So when you mix that entire bag of thin set, you have plenty of time to set all of these tiles. This is obviously a very sped up version of the installation, and it is time consuming. So having a good thin set that lasts a long time really takes the stress out of installing things. And then using these horseshoe shims as spacers are so much better than any of the, the rubber spacers you would get at the box stores. It really makes it a lot more precise and easy. And then best of all, you can reuse all of these spacers for another tiling project or the other wall as well. And one tip here is that you can actually, even an hour later after you set these tiles, you can actually take out all those spacers and clean everything up when all the thin set is still fairly wet. This thin set really holds on really well. Usually in about an hour, I can scrub everything, clean out those grout joints. It makes it a lot easier than waiting till the next morning. But one thing you want to do is at the top of the ceiling, you just want to leave that gap for caulking. The stronger the caulk joint will be if you have a little bit of a gap at the ceiling.
This isn't going to be any different than the other side. It actually makes it easier because I already have it all figured out. I just pre-cut all my 2-inch tile and my 5-inch tile so that they can be even on either side of this wall. Sure. Okay, so I'm just going to set my first row across the bottom here, and then I'm going to see exactly what I need to do to get everything level. We're just going to put the spacers underneath this first row.
So at this point, it gets really repetitive with the installation of tile, but this is also where you can get really into that flow state, play some music, take your time, enjoy the process. Because, I mean, I certainly do. I think this is a lot of fun when you get to repeat a process and just continue to build as you go. And really, at the end of the day, you really end up feeling like you really produced a lot of great work at the end of the day. So take your time and make sure that you make as accurate cuts around the escutcheon plates as possible. I'll be explaining here in a second about the diverter valve, because that's really important to be cut pretty close around it.
Okay, so on these valve trims, you need to be fairly close. I would say probably about a 1/2 inch. A lot of those escutcheon plates do not cover very much at all. I really don't know why. I guess I just want to make it a smaller profile. So when you do this, I would just recommend a 1/2 inch all the way around that entire valve. Because what you're going to need to do is take this actual metal plate or locking nut on here out, and that can be troublesome to do sometimes if you have the tile too close.
So of course my camera died right towards the end of that wall, but basically an hour later, if you can do this the same day and spend the time, take a break and then come back and remove all of those clips, it's really going to make it a lot easier if you just spend the time the same day and clean up the tile, scrape out any excess thin set, and then the next day you can really get started right onto the grouting process. Especially with subway tile, I mean, there's a lot of thin set, and if that gets all hardened and you're trying to do it the next morning, it could just be really painful. One thing I do use here is a deep grout cleaner. It's basically just a cleaner for tile. I think it really helps out just to make sure I get all of that thin set out of those grooves and off of the actual surface of the tile.
Okay, so before painting, it's really important to wipe down all of your drywall, get all the crumbly stuff off of your walls and any of the dust. But what I'm trying to paint today. So what I'm going to do is use some 20-minute mud. This is an easy sand mud, and I'm going to mix that up real quick to go over my waterproofing because I want to be able to paint this as well. And I have to say, one thing that's nice about mudding this joint is that if you have any bigger grout joint here along the side, you can just kind of fill that in, or you know, when you taper this over, it gets a closer area to the wall. So if you had any unevenness or something like that, it's kind of nice to actually mud this. So just wipe down your walls with a sponge. This is also going to show any other imperfections, and that's where that 20-minute mud you want to go over and touch up anything as well. So it's kind of a, you know, you almost always want to get some of that 20-minute mud if you're short on time and you just want to get this done. So okay, so we're not going to mix very much of this because I just need a little bit for a couple of touch-ups, so just enough to go over that seam. But this stuff dries nicely and quickly, so then you can easily sand it down and get it ready. So just simply go over this seam. Okay, so we're going to be doing two colors. We're going to be doing a light gray for the back, and then we're going to be doing white, a bright white for the walls. So we're going to be using Spectralock 1 for the gray. I really like this stuff. I think this is really easy to use. And not only that, but I'm going to be doing the shower floor as well. So I can go ahead and do my wall first, then get my epoxy up, and then before the end of the day, just do the floor before I leave. That's one nice thing about premixes. You know, I can just use what I need, put the lid back on, and then I can use it tomorrow or whenever I need it. Whereas the regular epoxy, once you mix it, that's it. So first thing, I mean, it's really easy to install. I recommend these Troxel grout floats. This is made for urethane. They're fairly soft. This will allow you to get it into the grooves fairly easy. This is like a 3x9 float. But the first thing you want to do is just wipe down the surface with a damp sponge. You don't want to see water running down the tile or anything. You just want it to just put a little bit of water on there so it's easier to glide that grout. Now this is going to be really easy because it's just plank tile. There really isn't much to it. Leave the top area up against the ceiling free of grout because we're going to be caulking that with a latex caulking. Just to say a siliconized latex caulking. We're going to paint it the same color as the ceiling. And then also leave it out of the corners because any movement joint you need to use silicone, so we're going to be caulking that later. So like I said, really easy to use. Just pack the joints, and basically you're going to be removing the excess grout in about 5 minutes. So on a wall like this, you should be able to just grout the whole wall and then clean it off. But if you're slow to start, or you're just taking your time, just don't get ahead of yourself. Just know that you're going to have to wipe it off in about 5 minutes. But you know, most grout joints you want to be just flush with the tile. You don't want to see a big divot. So then all you have to do, you want to have a really damp sponge. You do not want, no, I shouldn't say really damp. You don't want to have too much water on this sponge. This is just, just a really lightly damp sponge, because water, if you get too much water on this, it'll just run out the joint. Not a big deal if it happens, because then you just have to fill it in if it runs out. But if you have too much water on your sponge, then they're all going to run out, and then you're going to have to wait and then reapply. So this is like the initial wash. In about an hour and a half or so, you can go ahead, and I use some Windex with vinegar on it, and I just scrub over top of it. But you're gonna wanna wait a couple hours before you do that. But don't play around with it too much with your sponge. Go over it once, really, and that's it. And if you see a low spot, you can just fill it in and just slightly wipe it off. But if you keep playing with it, you're going to end up wiping out those joints. So there's a lot of other types of premixes, but so far I'm very impressed with the Spectralock 1 because of the smooth joints that are created. I always feel that a rough joint is going to be harder to clean from the soap scum. Even if this is, this is stain resistant, so you don't have to do anything to it now. Like this is it, so there's no maintenance involved. But a lot of the other premixes that I've used are really gritty, and I really don't like that about it. I think it's harder to clean when they're gritty. So far, and this has a really a small amount of haze that might form too. So there are other premixes that, boy, it's really tough to get. When you look up at the light, you can see kind of like a haze on the tile, and sometimes that can be very problematic to get off. And this stuff doesn't even have that much difficulty getting that off. It always depends on the type of towel you're using too. This is actually really easy because this is kind of a glossy plank tile, so that makes it really kind of easy. But if you get a real rough textured tile, or even like a high gloss like marble or something, that can be really tough to get that haze off of it. And I would probably, if I were doing like a high gloss stone of some sort, I would probably just use the traditional epoxy, because that is easier to clean off of the surface. Kind of pay attention to what you're buying and what you're using. Even the really high gloss porcelains, they can be difficult to get some haze off of it as well. Okay, so then we'll let that dry for a little bit, and then we're gonna go ahead and do the epoxy next. So this is some spackling nail hole filler. So this will prevent the shrinking in these holes. Regular caulking will just shrink in here. So we'll just lightly sand these up after this dries. Okay, so this is still a little damp, so I'm just going to wet sand this, just using a sponge. This will get me, because I want to grout the shower next. But this can work just as well as regular sanding, honestly. Okay, so once that dries, we'll caulk right against that. Probably do that after the grout too. We're going to grout first and then we'll caulk. Okay, so we're going to be doing the walls on the sides white, and as mentioned before, Spectralock, the original formula of epoxy, is my favorite go-to for many different reasons. But we're just going to go over mixing this real quick. So you got basically three parts, two A and B, and then C is the powder. Now they do make other quantities of this. You could get basically half the amount of this in quart sizes. So if you're, I would probably recommend that for your first time. Maybe get 2 batches, get 2 of the quart sizes, so that you can just do one wall, do that correctly, and then move on to the next. But I'm going to do both walls at the same time. Obviously, I've been doing a lot of it. But if it's your first time, I would recommend getting a smaller batch and just doing one wall and then moving on to the other. So first thing is just to get everything out of the package. And this is really important, to get every bit of this part A and B out of these packages. It's amazing how one little teaspoon can make a difference with the thickness of the grout, and this is basically what's going to make it as fluid as possible. So make sure you squeeze like a toothpaste. Just get every little bit of this out of here so that you can be sure that you get a nice mixture of the grout. It doesn't have a real strong smell or anything, but I wouldn't really want to be touching this stuff with your bare hands. Okay, so just mix that for a few seconds and then just use all of the powder. Okay, so first step, take a damp sponge, wipe down the first initial area that you're gonna apply the grout. This kind of helps glide this grout onto the surface. And then we're just a matter of packing these joints. So this is going to be really the toughest part of this entire process. And I wouldn't really consider that really that difficult, but it does take a little bit of elbow grease to get that in, because it's kind of a sticky consistency. And then with all this subway tile, there is quite a bit of joints here, so. Okay, so then once you get so far, just kind of clean off the tiles, but you really want to just pay attention to these joints, make sure that they still stay full. It's not so much worrisome about getting all of it off of there. I'm more concerned by keeping these grout joints packed so that when I go to remove it with the sponge, you can tool it and make it nice and even with the tile. If you don't have enough grout in these joints, there's not much you can do. So now what you want to do is just take your dry finger and touch the joint. And if you're pulling any of the grout out of the joint, then just wait a few more minutes, maybe wait another 5-10 minutes. But if you can mold it with your finger and you're not pulling anything out, then you're good. So just take a damp sponge and you can see how much water I actually have on this. And I'm not afraid to put as much water as I want to on this, because it's not going to run out the joints if you waited the time period that you need to wait. This was about literally a half an hour. So, that's quite a bit of time. You have plenty of time to pack it. And I would say that the hardest part about this procedure is actually just packing the joints with the grout, because it is a sticky consistency. It's a little thick, and you'll definitely feel it in your elbows and your forearms from packing all of this, especially subway tile. I know not everyone, but I know a lot of people love subway tile, and I've done thousands of square feet of it, and where it's always painful is the grouting process, because it's just as important as setting it. Because if you do a bad grout job on subway tile, you could just ruin the whole look of it. And then what I'm going to do is just really pay attention to my grout joints and making sure that they look nice and flush with the tile. So that's it there. The next trick is just take a microfiber cloth and wipe this down. This is really important, because this simple little step will keep that haze from spotting on the tile. So just take a microfiber cloth and go right over it. Because otherwise, you'll see a whole bunch of like watermarks, especially when you look up at the light. But this really helps that. And then if you see any of those marks later on, in about an hour or two, that's when you can go ahead and use using Windex with vinegar. Vinegar does a great job of removing, you know, at the initial stages. I don't know about later on if you find some spots, but the initial stages, like an hour or two from now, I'll just spray this down with that Windex with vinegar and just double check. I mean, the biggest thing is just looking up at the light and seeing if you see any spots.
Can Apex help?
Okay, so about an hour or two later, I would say pretty much 2 hours later, use some Windex with vinegar and then just go over all the areas with the epoxy that you did. This will just ensure that any of that haze on there is off. You can take your scrubby pad again and just scrub it.
There's harsher epoxy stuff that you can remove any haze tomorrow if you need to, but really.
Okay, so we're going to install a timer switch for the vent fan. I really highly recommend this because you can go up to 60 minutes. You really want this to run after your shower. So this is a great way to do it and then not have to keep it on all day. You do need to get a neutral lead on here. So we're going to connect it to this neutral. Go black to one of the power supplies here. And this is for a 3-way, but this is for your actual fixture. So this is for a fan. All right, well, that was fun. Okay, so we're using a GFI, tamper resistant GFI outlet here. You always have this yellow tape on the back. This is for the secondary lead. So make sure that your hot wires go to the top and then you take this yellow sticker off and put it on the next one. So we'll go ahead and put this, since this is connected to it, we'll go ahead and take this. Okay, again, just pull on these wires, make sure they're well connected. And then we'll fold these into this box. Okay, so what we're going to be installing for this light fixture in the back here is just one of these ceiling fan boxes. So I like to use these because these can anchor well into that 2x4 that I put in here. So first thing, turn off the light, trace the center here. So we'll take out our temporary light, 7 by 18. So just take out one of these tabs. Okay, so for the corners, we're going to be using the lattice-sill. This is 100% silicone for matching caulk of this gray. So I always kind of recommend using the 100% silicone. Don't get the acrylic, get the silicone version of it. And my advice is just to not cut the tip too big. Just go probably at the largest size of what the largest gap is, and then just go with that. Okay, then just take some clear Windex and just spray that joint, and this will eliminate you from smearing it onto the tile. And you can just use a finger, or you can get a caulking tool, but whatever. Honestly, with the little bit of silicone we're doing here, I just always use my finger. I don't think, sometimes those tools get a little messy. But yeah, that'll be nice joint there. The more consistent you can make the joint though with the silicone as you're running it, the better that joint's going to turn out. So So you want to rotate this, make sure it's flat on your fitting, and go about 4 to 5 revolutions. And then I like to use this T2 thread sealant. It doesn't have to be T plus 2, just any type of sealant, and you just go over your brass fittings as well. This is just like extra insurance and make sure that you have a leak-free installation. So it has a female adapter, so I'm just going to get this threaded in, you know, to hand tight to what I can around here. You see I have plenty of sealant all the way around here. Now I just stick this into my port. Nope, you know what I forgot? Forgot this little plastic guard. I don't know if that's really going to do a whole heck of a lot, but so you basically, both of these fittings are going to kind of tighten together once you get to a certain point, and put this in here and just keep rotating it. So usually I get to about 2 o'clock, and then you're really putting that extra pressure on this. So this guy typically hand tighten to about 2 o'clock, and then I just put my screwdriver in here and press it the rest of the way. So pull this out, there's going to be a little bit of water in there. And sometimes there's a little dirt catcher in there, but there isn't any on this one. This has a little tool that you can press in. So these have little rubber grommets on the back. This push, there's 2 ports in the side. I don't know if you can see that. So there's 2 ports.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right here. You just slide this right into it. So you got that in, and then here is your actual cartridge. Sometimes they have an indication on their hot or cold. Sometimes they don't, and this particular model does not. So you just put this cartridge in. It has little indicators on here that just slide in. Everything about this is usually held by gaskets, or the rubber gaskets. So then you take your existing locking ring and you slip this on, making sure that this stays in there. And then this just needs to be hand tightened. They just don't give you a lot of room on them. So you pull that out of there. And then this just has a little indicator here that you stick into place. And then this guy has a little indicator here that presses into the groove. Like I said, this is really tight in here, so I just use 2 screwdrivers. It just needs to be hand tightened. It doesn't have to be done with a wrench or anything, although it would be nice. Okay, so I'm just going to put my set screw on this valve. So the way this valve is it's basically a combination. It's so it turns on your volume, it turns on the water, and then you can adjust the temperature separately, which that's kind of nice because then you can just set it at the temperature you like and just turn it on, and that's all you have to do. So I just want to make sure that this is off before I go turning on the water to my valve. This rubber gasket is good to have on your actual tile. Put our
I put a little bit of silicone on the outside of this. All these companies can do better. It's rather than having
always do that because you don't want to clog up your brand new shower head. So what the idea of this is that you can just set this your temperature that you like and just leave it. So that's why this monitor is popular. But if you want it hotter, go all the way hotter. But you can usually just leave this the way it is and just turn on your volume control. Okay, so we have our stub up, we waterproofed around it. Now we're going to be installing this flange that will glue into it. So let's first cut the pipe. Okay, so we got our holes drilled out. We're all ready to go. Now, I only could find a PVC. That's all I had at the store. So if you're doing that, just make sure you get the ABS to PVC green cement. So just put a liberal amount on the inside of the fitting. And again, this is a regular 3-inch pipe that I had extended out from my toilet. And then this is a fitting that will fit inside of a 3-inch pipe. Now, the most important thing about this type of setup is making sure that this flange is completely flat to your tile work. That's the only time this is going to be problematic, is if you don't have this level or if it's kind of up a little bit. I mean, this is the maximum height that you can really put for most toilets, because there's, you know, when you put the toilet down, there's only so much room underneath that hub that it sits down on. So if this is sitting any further than flat on top of this tile, you're going to end up with a problem. Okay, so this is just American standard toilet. Just put your little gasket on the back of the toilet. I mean, they're sufficient for what we need. All right, so what we're gonna do is do some silicone around the base. This is per code, and it gives a little bit of sanitary quality to it. One thing I would do is just recommend just leave a little gap in the back, so that in case there was a leak, then you'll be able to know by that. But just, yeah, go ahead and caulk the whole base. And just use a little bit of Windex. This will help you keep it from smearing on the actual floor. All right, so that makes a nice seal. Good. Okay, so when you put this in here, you just want to be keeping this out by 1/4 inch. And basically all you're going to do is tuck the carpet in between the edge of the Laron deck. All right. Not the greatest, but... Okay, so we're going to be installing this sliding glass door system. And so I'm going to go over it. I really am always impressed with the pricing that they can get these things out to you for. We're going to be installing 3/8 inch thick glass, the stuff that I normally order from for custom glass enclosures. And these kits that come in a variation, now they're all different, so they all have different sizes. You have to pay attention to what your opening is. And I always recommend ordering these shower doors after you have the tile up, because if you're unplumb, if you're, you know, you really need to get that final measurement in between the walls. Not necessarily before ordering this, but at least having a really good idea of what it's going to be. Because some of these have no allowance for unplumb walls, so the walls that are unplumb or unlevel, and others give you a variation. And the one that I'm installing gives me about 1/4 inch of variation of unplumbness for it to work. And it's a sliding door system, so honestly, there's a little bit more than that I can get out of it. So, but you know, basically you want to measure, the first step you want to do is measure the top and the bottom and get your tracks cut.
Good.
Okay, so this has a little and bump in a little bit. This is where you're going to put your silicone. But we're going to put this right on that joint between the shower floor, you know, where basically your transition on your shower.
So a lot of these systems do require you to drill into the floor for anchoring the bottom track. Just one thing, just be sure that you don't go all the way through the tile and into the waterproofing that you spend so much money on. So be careful when you're drilling and not to get into that waterproofing.
Okay, so what we're going to use is this Gorilla epoxy glue here. And then we're going to just use these plug anchors to anchor that. So just squeeze some of this out and make sure you mix it well together. So the great thing about this epoxy too is it'll really bond that metal to even to the tile too. So just make sure we get these in these holes. Just basically stick these anchors in there. Okay, so we'll just add a little bit more to the bottom of these. So you want to measure these screws that they come with. I'll just use this as a reference, and we can just cut them with some linesmans. So they're not going to anchor very tightly, but that epoxy is going to hold everything together very nicely here. So put this in the hole with the epoxy there. Okay, so on your bottom threshold, I always recommend to get a good silicone. This is made by CRL, some of the best stuff out there. It's really, really super clear, and it really does a great job of doing things for glass enclosure. So we'll put a nice generous bead on the bottom of this track. We'll just place this right on that area that we want it. We'll get some silicone inside of this channel. This will adhere to our blocking. Okay, so these strips, same thing as the bottom threshold basically, just sits on top of that track. You just want to make sure you get a plumb mark for it before you silicone it into place. Some silicone. Okay, so you got these little Set your pieces in.
So at this point with setting the sliding doors, really easy, just basically sits on that top rail and slides back and forth. Now there is a little bit of adjustment with the doors to meet up with the wall nicely if you had any unplumbedness, but that's where you're really only going to get about a 1/4 inch out of plumb. So if you have something that's a little bit greater than that, you might want to go with a different type of door style that can adjust that. But these doors were really simple to install overall. One thing I would have to mention is that you have to be careful of how tall you are, because the height of this is actually going to make a difference for somebody who might be, over 6 foot. It can be pretty problematic with the top rail.
Okay, so we're going to install our vanity. This is a 36-inch vanity. Definitely pretty decent size for a small bathroom. But it has backing on here. So you want to first thing, just make sure that your vanity is level just sitting on the floor. Because the way I'm going to be able to test where these, or put markers on where these pipes are, is just to put a little bit of paint on the back of them. But you have to make sure that your vanity is level before you put it in. I'll just dab the plumbing with some paint here, and then I'll just mark it onto my cabinet. Got your little dabs here. So we'll just use an 1 3/8 inch hole saw. Get right where those paint marks are. I'm not going to draw all the way through because I don't want to ruin the face of the wood. Okay, then you have your pilot bit there, and now you can cleanly cut this. I'm going to do the same thing on the drain. Let's just take this cap off because I don't want to get paint on the front of that. So you can see that pretty well here. So we're just going to use a hole saw that will cover over top of this. Okay, so one of the issues I have, can you see this issue?
Oh, I can see the gap, yeah.
Yeah, I know, right. So I put some waterproofing here so you can see how that's all beveled out at the bottom. So this needs to go back. So we are level this way, so it's really the wall that's holding me out. So I'm gonna have to basically use a planer to get that to meet nicely back in the corner. All right, so you can see how this is just 1/4 inch plywood here, and it bumps out about a good 1/2 inch here anyways. So that's all I'm gonna do is just plane this back edge here at the bottom so that this can slide up against the wall. And I'm gonna do it on this side as well because this is in the corner. So let's just do that first. Did you get that? Okay, so that's much better. All right, so this is very expensive. Trim is not. So I'm just gonna notch this trim so that my vanity top can go right up against this door frame. Now this is not the situation I would have wanted for this, but since this is a small bathroom, we were forced to get this door jamb. I mean, we didn't want to close it. If we would have tried to bring this another 3 inches over, then you would have like a 23-inch door, which wouldn't have worked. So this is kind of the compromise that we made, is that the countertop is just going to have to go all the way to the door jamb. Okay, so always pay attention to something like this that comes with a vanity. It says plumber's putty on drain will void warranty. So that's really important. Once you use 100% silicone for this, so put a generous bead in the bottom of the sink here, and then just stick your drain in place.
Put a pop-up drain. And wait. Okay. So if I ever needed to, so. With a marker, this is like a depth gauge. This should just stick it right into the pop. So you just make sure that it ended.
And it's just as simple as pushing this on here and making sure you go to your mark. That's really important. If you don't have that indicator, it's kind of hard to tell whether you got it on all the way or not. So that really helps make sure that you're all the way on.
Afraid we'll smear, but just put a generous amount all the way down, all the way around this. And that's really what's going to hold everything in place. So just a decent bead on all edges. Chops, and we'll be done with this. So stay tuned, and I have a...
Okay. All right, so mark this at the end of your drain location, and then just measure in 2 inches and then cut it. Because you don't want this to extend too far into your drain where you can possibly have some clogging issues. I always like using one of these cutters. They're great. They do 1.5 and 1.25. Makes a really nice cut. So, but much nicer than using any type of saw. It makes a nice clean cut. Okay, so you always want to fill this up first. Make sure that this is the best way to test your drain. So just fill it up, and then you can make sure that nothing's leaking.
Spray with a little bit of Windex top.
All right, so once you get your hardware on here, pretty simple, just to attach them through the door, and then you just tilt this at a 45-degree angle to get them on the tracks, and you just slide it down. So pretty easy. And then you need this little stopper track that will go inside of the door track at the bottom. So in this instance, we're pretty low to the ground. So roughly 2 inches away from your opening is really where you want it. This is such a long, wide door in this situation that I'm not even concerned about where exactly it is at, but you just obviously want this to stay in the bottom track. You can see right here, there's a little groove right here that this slides into. So screw this in. Okay, so that goes in that groove. And then the way you want to keep that in there is by moving this and keeping this door from going any further than this, because then that'll keep it in the track. But like I said, we're on a pretty oversized door here. And then since this is a door for our bathroom, I'm going to put a little handle on the other side so you can close it. Typically on barn doors, you're not really passing through. It's usually for a closet or something. So we'll just put this handle right here. It's not perfect, but yeah, that should work. All right. Did you?
Can you close the door?